Isang bayang makulay ang pinagmulan, bagong bayani ang taglay niyang kayamanan. Tanyag dahil pagbabago'y mapayapang pinaglaban, isang perlas kung saan sumisikat ang
nakilala ng mundo, katapangan mo at kabutihan ng iyong puso. Ipagpatuloy mo at hikayin ng mga bayaning nagbuwis ng buhay para sa iyo.
muling buhay ng alab at ningas ng pag-ibig mo. Iwagayway pandilang sa gisag ng dangal ng tabang at ng kalayaan mo. Ipakita sa mundo ang diwang makapayang nasa puso't isip mo. Ika'y isang lahing pinapala ng may kapal. Katatagan at tapang mo'y inubog ng kasaysayan. Sa katapatan mo, karangalan ng iyong lipin ay itatanghal. Kahit saan pa man, taas noo kang hahakbang. Pilipino ka, huwaran ng paglilingkod, sa mundo'y siyang
Saan mang panig ng mundo, laging angat ang king galing mo at talino.
At pinatunayan mo sa bayanihan at pagkakaisa'y makakamtang lahat pangarap mo. Muling buhayin ang alab at ningas ng pag-ibig mo. Nakilala ng mundo, katapangan mo at kabutihan ng iyong puso. Ipagpatuloy mo, adhikain ng mga bayaning nagbuwis ng buhay para sa iyo.
Muling buhayin ang alab at ningas ng pag-ibig mo. Iwagayway pandilang sa gisag ng dangal ng tapang at ng kalayaan mo. Ipakita sa mundo ang diwang makapayang nasa puso't isip mo. Ika'y isang lahing pinakala ng may kapal. Katatagan at tapang mo'y hinubog ng kasaysayan. Sa katapatan mo, karangalan ng iyong lipin ay itatanghal. Kahit saan pa man, taas noo kang hahakbang. Pilipino ka, huwaran ng paglilingkod. Sa mundo'y siyang
Saan mang panig ng mundo, laging angat ang king galing mo at talino.
At pinatunayan mo sa bayanihan pagkakaisa'y makakamtang lahat pangarap mo. Muling buhayin ang alab at ningas
Qatar. And good day sa ating mga participants at mga kababayan dyan saan man kayong panig ng mundo. Wherever you are in the world, nasa Pilipinas man or wala, I hope that you are all well and safe. Welcome to the second and final session of the Building Construction Interface, a multidisciplinary webinar series brought to you by the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, or PPO-Q. My name is Peachdale Asloyo, and I am your webinar moderator for today. As you can remember, mga kababayan, we had our first session on the 30th of April 2021, and we were graced by brilliant speakers from various engineering fields. Of architecture, for example, we learned on planning, designing, and even overseeing our construction project, which is the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, or PPO-Q Medical Center. In addition, we were informed by our geodetic engineers on the importance of establishing a strong earth base for our PPO-Q Medical Center and on how they perform geodetic surveying. And of course, we also learned and know the roles of our civil engineers who also create, improve the construction, maintenance of the building structures, and others. Well, to tell you frankly, the purpose of this webinar is for us to be introduced to the public the various roles and responsibilities our engineering fields do to improve the outcome. Not only the outcome, but also the safety and efficacy of our proposed construction project, which is the PPO-Q Medical Center. Well, actually, no, I am a nurse by profession, pero wala talaga akong idea with regard to how the hospital was constructed. Alam ko lang that there are different kind of equipment, different kind of facilities. There is what you call a sterilization area, or there is a mga turbine or something like that. But I don't really know how it is being done. And because of this webinar, I got an insight or awareness kung paano ito ginagawa. Okay, so to formally, of course, begin with, I would like to inform you that our activity today starts at 8:30 in the morning in Qatar and 1:30 in the afternoon in the Philippines. And of course, it will end at exactly 1:35 in the afternoon or 6:35 in the evening in Qatar and the Philippines, respectively. We will all be understanding of the quintessential roles of our mechanical engineers, electronics engineers, and even electrical engineers in the further development of our construction project. So, ready? So, to formally begin with, let me remind everyone of the following house rules. All right, kung nakikita niyo sa screen ngayon, those are our house rules. This online webinar is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be filed or recorded. Type your full name as your participant name because we will be using that in your certificates. The name you will be using upon sign in shall be cross-checked with our list of participants as well. All microphones, as of the moment, should be muted at all times. If ever mamaya gusto niyo mag-speak, we will allow you, but raise your hand or just inform us ahead of time to avoid unwanted noise and interferences. Remember, we are all professionals. We must be polite at all times and be cautious as well. Use the chat function. Ayan, nakikita nyo dyan. All right. You may also send your questions and concerns in the chat option. All right. It will be addressed during the question and answer portion. So magbibigay tayo ng question and answer after the end of our speak. At the end of the session, don't forget to accomplish the post-webinar attendance sheet that will be shared in the chat box. It will be a link that will be shared in the chat box that will be used to generate your certificate. Well, I hope we are all clear on that. Okay, so to formally have this activity start, let us ask for guidance today as we have our video invocation to be followed by the singing and viewing of the Philippine and Qatar national anthems.
Our ever loving Father, the core of every reason, the source of truth. You who made the earth and the heavens are the ultimate goal of every knowledge seekers, the infinite wisdom, the cause of all that is good. We are truly grateful for this opportunity to gather together as a community despite the challenges we face each day. Yet you remain that gave us strength to carry on the responsibilities of bearing intelligence and using them for better purposes. We now humbly ask you to join us in our endeavor to explore the wonders of life in the world for knowledge's sake, that in whatever we learn today, we become more grounded to you, who is truth, who is love. We pray that you bless our speakers, the fount of your infinite knowledge, that they can share something worthwhile despite the limited time we have. They can channel all they know and share to us the beauty and truth of living as your child. We pray that you guide our participants, the seekers of your boundless knowledge, that they may continue to persevere in the search and be deemed worthy to share what they learned from today's session. Sanctify us, O Lord, not because we are worthy of it, but because we believe in your love and mercy, that at the end of the day, we can take home something that's amazing and meaningful. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
As we are all going through with this webinar, let me remind everyone that be at your comfortable position. Wherever you are, just avoid multitasking for now and let's focus on this activity so that we will be learning more of this aspect. And now, to send us his welcome remarks, allow me to introduce an electronics and communications engineering and master of engineering graduate from University of San Carlos, professional electronics engineer, an ASEAN chartered professional engineer, an ASEAN engineer, as well as a registered engineer by both Ministry of Municipalities and Environment Engineering and Consulting Offices Accrediting Committee and General Directorate of Civil Defense in Qatar. He is also a recipient of the 2019 Outstanding Professional of the Year Award in the field of electronics engineering, which is the highest award bestowed upon a professional by the Professional Regulation Commission, and also the 2018 Outstanding Electronics Engineer of the Year awardee given by the Institute of Electronics Communications Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, to give his welcome remarks, let us welcome the co-founder and former governor of IECEP Qatar and the chairman of the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, Mr. or Engineer Adonis Q. Kalam.
Thank you, Press Pitch, for that kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. Sa Pilipinas, ano na, 2:10 dito sa Qatar, kagigising pa ata ng iba. So we'll expect more attendees later. So before I will start, please allow me to give my respect to our beloved guests and visitors. To our beloved Honorable Labor Attaché Adam A. Musa. To our distinguished keynote speaker, what ni siya paglubad, the Philippine Technological Council President, Engineer Federico Monsada, to the different organization national presidents who give time to be with us today, namely the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineer National President Engineer Nardito M. Cornelio Jr., the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines National President Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines National President Dr. Michelle D. Lawas. We are very thankful for your time. Other guests from the Philippines, we have here also Gub Tanya Osorio, and we have also some other guests from other Middle East chapters from different fields, and from Southern Leyte State University, College of Engineering, Dean Engineer Elby Lobo and Engineer Julius Paler and the other group. To our welfare officer, Ma'am Evelyn Larangan and Ma'am Alexandra Lipio of Polo, PPO-Q officers, organization chapter presidents, and governor, and of course the officers, former PPO-Q chairman, the technical team, fellow professionals, visitors, good morning, and good afternoon dyan sa atin sa Pilipinas. And thank you very much for your support to PPO-Q. PPO-Q is composed of 14 professional organizations, namely mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, the architects, civil engineering, geodetic engineering, nurses, radiologists, respiratory therapists, nutritionists and dietitians, dentists, optometrists, accountants, educators, and teachers, and of course my mother chapter, which is the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, ISEP. Building Construction Interface, a multidisciplinary webinar series, is aimed to present the scope of different engineering-related field in a certain building construction project. In this way, it will give us the awareness of the other engineering discipline or other fields' scope of work. This is not only for us who are involved in the construction project, but this is also helpful to non-engineering fields to be aware of the scope distribution in the project. Each engineering-related organization carefully selected their best speaker to talk about their respective scope of work. Last Friday, the architects, geodetic, and civil engineers talk about their scope of work. And of course, it was graced by our Honorable Labor Attaché Adam Musa and Honorable Undersecretary Engineer Dr. Cabral and their respective organization presidents. Today, the mechanical engineering, electrical, and electronics engineering will present their scope in the building construction project and to be delivered by Engineer Lloyd Christian Pineda, Engineer Mario M. Solang, Engineer Carmelito V. Bernades, respectively. Hope you will enjoy and same time learn from our experts. Mabuhay ang PPO, mabuhay ang manggagawang Pilipino. Welcome, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Engineer Adonis Q. Talobo, for your welcome remarks and for gracing this event. We are also having as well to give some short message. The Philippine Overseas Labor Attaché to Doha, Qatar, His Honorable Labor Attaché Adam A. Musa. Sir.
Thank you very much, Pittsdale, and good morning to everyone. Good afternoon to those who are in the Philippines. I'm very happy to be here again, once again, to join the webinar series of the Philippine Professionals Organization of Qatar, headed by President Engineer Adonis Talabo. I wish to also acknowledge the presence of our keynote speaker, Engineer Federico Monsada of the Philippine Technological Council. I understand our hardworking welfare officer, Evelyn Narang, is also around in Sandra of Polo, Qatar. To the officers and members of the PPO Qatar, magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. Your activity today and hopefully in the next activity that you're going to undertake will continue to inspire our workers, whether they're already working or those who are intending to come to work. Your achievement is a testament to the genuine professionalism and competence of the overseas Filipino workers all over the world. This webinar series would hopefully continue to enlighten and educate professionals and students alike in the different fields. As our speakers, I understand, are composed of experts and experienced professional engineers and professionals in their field. And the sharing that they're going to present to us are, I understand, up-to-date and latest technology, techniques, and know-how in their respective fields. And therefore, it's very encouraging, and it's a very laudable activity, and I hope that PPO Qatar, chaired by Chairman Adonis, will continue this kind of activity, and we have all the support from us, from the Philippine Overseas Labor Office, the Overseas Worker Welfare Administration, and all other agencies, including our Philippine Embassy, as you strive towards competence, and as you strive towards raising the banner, continue to raise the banner of professionalism of the Philippine professionals. Your activity today will bring to light the demand of Filipino workforce overseas and in the Philippines. I wish to report to you that despite of all this pandemic that we experience, there is a continuing desire of many of our people to come and work to Qatar. We receive big numbers of job orders despite of the pandemic, and we also receive on a daily basis an average of about 70 to 80 applicants for renewal of their contracts on a daily basis. Sabihin yan, 70 to 80 people come to the office for the renewal of contract because they're going to spend their vacation in the Philippines and intend to return back to Qatar. So there is hope, and there is there's opportunity for our people to come, those who are intending to come to Qatar and work. We just have to remind our vacationing workers that there is a restriction on the quarantine procedures in the Philippines, and when they return back, we hope that everybody will be ready with their documents, travel documents, and entry and exit documents. They have to plan well before leaving and before coming back to Qatar. It's really an inconvenience on their part on a daily basis. We receive calls, problems about coming back because they are not prepared with other documents that are required by the host government. And I hope you continue to hold this kind of a series of webinars because it will not only educate your members, but I understand there are also some students or schools that are participating with us today. Therefore, you transfer the knowledge and know-how technology to our people while we are here, and also for people here and for our people in the Philippines. The concept of reintegration for our people is supposed to be, I hope, hindi tayo abot at the age where we can no longer impart what we learned in Qatar when we return home to the Philippines. I hope the process of reintegration, malakas pa tayo, we can share our experiences and expertise as we intend to stay for good or return to our native land, to the Philippines. The engineers, the professionals, and the overseas Filipino workers has not only contributed to the success and progress of a nation or a country that the way they work, but in like manner, they also continue to the progress and development on our people when we return home. And this kind of endeavor of activities of PPO is laudable, and you have all our support. Rest assured that anything that we can contribute for the success of your activity, because your success is the success of the Filipino and the Filipino workers and the Filipino workforce. It is not only your own personal success, but it is a success of the entire Filipino workforce and Filipino professionals in Qatar and all over the world. Like I said, I would like to reiterate our full support to your organization, to endeavor. Let us know what is it that we can, in our own little way, do to help you continue and succeed in your organizational activity and also even including your individual activity. Maraming salamat sa lahat. Stay safe and let's continue to observe the health protocols. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And that was our labor attaché, Honorable Adam A. Musa. Let me just paraphrase what you have said. Yes, Sir Labat, it will not only we will not only educate the members of our organization, but also to all the participants who are listening to us right now, as we strive to develop and improve the competence of the overall Filipino workforce here and abroad. Thank you so much, Sir Labat, Adam A. Musa. Okay, so at this point in time, this activity will not be complete without some inspirational message as well as alignment with today's activity. Therefore, allow me to introduce Engineer Jaime G. Fortaleza, an electronics engineer, as well as PPO-Q First Secretary, to introduce no other than our keynote speaker for today.
Magandang hapon sa lahat at magandang umaga dyan sa Qatar. It is our honor to have this webinar today, focusing on the engineering discipline. Our keynote speaker today is experienced professional metallurgical engineer and general engineering manager, board first placer, and the youngest ever PRC board examiner at the Professional Regulation Commission on metallurgical engineering. He is a competent person and lead the feasibility study for the establishment of an integrated iron and steelmaking complex with gas-based power generation facility, lead the technico-economic study for the rehabilitations and operations of ferronickel process facility, manage the rehabilitations and operations of a one-of-a-kind 900 million steel manufacturing complex, manage the design, constructions, and operations of 150 million steel galvanizing facility, headed the corporate engineering and technology management division of the largest iron and steel complex in the country, lead the development of multi-level process automation system for a 300 million steel hot rolling facility, lead the development of high-value tin mill black plate material for acidic fruit containers, establish the R&D facilities and organizations for a multi-billion iron and steel complex, lead the development and establishment of the first ISO 9000 quality management system in the heavy industry sector in the country, founded outcome-based certifications and accreditation system for engineering education in the country in accordance with Washington Accord, founded and co-chairs the accreditations and certifications board for engineering and technology, lead the initiative and achieve the provisional membership to the Washington Accord International Engineering Alliance. He is the chairman and CEO of Minercon International Incorporated, president and CEO of FE Metals Corporations, Senior Vice President Consultant for Engineering and Operations, and he's a Master of Engineering in the Metallurgical Engineering University of the Philippines, Management Development Program, graduated from ASEAN Institute of Management. Multi-awarded professionals metallurgical engineering, outstanding engineer by PRC, national awardee for engineering educations by UP 2016, professional awardee for metallurgical engineering by UP. He is the president of the Philippine Technological Council up to the present. Please welcome Engineer Federico A. Monsada.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat mula sa Pilipinas, dyan sa Qatar, and to the rest of these countries. And of course, first of all, I would like to extend my greetings to the Honorable Labor Attaché, Madam Moza, and the welfare officers from the Polo. Of course, I would like to greet my friend, the chair of the PPO Qatar, Engineer Malabo, and of course, JB here, Lisa, thank you very much for introducing me. And of course, I would like to recognize also the national presidents of IIEE, Engineer Alan Alvarez, National President of PSME, Engineer Nardito Cornelio Jr., and of course, a very close friend, President Dr. Michelle Lawas of the Integrated Electronic Engineers of the Philippines. Of course, the governors and the chapter presidents of the various organizations in Qatar, and for those who are from outside Qatar, I would also like to I noticed that, of course, I saw Engineer Audilit of IIEE Qatar. And I don't know if I saw correctly. So first of all, I really would like to thank PPO Qatar for this invitation, and I am very relaxed, comfortable talking with engineers. But when I saw the attendees, I saw Ma'am Mary Rose. I think she is a nurse. She's with PNA Qatar, I think our MC is also a nurse, Nurse Dale. And I was listening to the first day. I opened the first day. I listened to it, and I saw the MC was a BICPA member or president. Okay, so I will try very much to talk within the context of these many organizations, not only engineering organization, but the other professional organizations. I just would like to leave the technical talk with the other guests from PSME, from IIEE, from ISEP, because perhaps I would like to connect the different professional organizations and of course the professionals to a project that from the perspective of engineers is only a building construction. I'll connect everything here. I am inclined to do that because next year I will be the president of the Federation of Philippine Federation of Professional Associations in the Philippines, and this is I think this should be the best counterpart of PPO all over the Middle East, and this is the best counterpart in the Philippines. I'll show that later on. So if you will allow me, I would like to share my slides. May I request that I share the slides? Okay lang. You see my slide? Is the slide visible now?
Yes, Sir Fred, okay na po.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Sa mga Ilocano, na imbagal daw kanyayo. Okay. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Again, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Yeah.
Sir Fred, sorry to interrupt. Yung
Yes.
ano mo ba sir, audio, parang maingay.
Fun siguro because I have it.
Sa ano siguro? Sa parang hangin or nasa labas ka?
Okay na? Okay na ba?
Klaro na kayo. Sige sir.
Okay. Good. Okay, so for those who do not know PTC, we have this battle cry, LIPS 2020, Leadership Excellence Ethics in Engineering Education, Accreditation, Practice, and Services. This has been an ongoing battle cry for almost now about 5 years ago. And so I'm going to talk about interfaces in building construction and I hope that I will be able to give you inspiration in what I'm going to talk about today. Okay. But of course, first I would like to introduce who we are and what we do. Okay. And we are actually one of the 4 councils of the Philippine Federation of Professional Association. And PFPA, one of its major activity is actually giving the awards. It's called the PFPA Engineering Excellence Award. And we give this every year. And to be able to recognize our fellow professionals outside of the country, we have one category of this award, which is called Global Filipino Practice Award. Okay. And we are giving 5 awards, category of awards, excellence awards. And perhaps you would like to consider that. And in the next round of call for nominations to these awards. Okay. So these are the 4 councils, Philippine Technological Council. So you can see the members there, although the fonts are small, but Philippine Technological Council, the Council of Professional Health Associations, which include our doctors, our dentists, ophthalmologists, among others, radiologists. I think I saw some radiologists who are members of this group. Okay. Council of Business and Management, so accountants are there. Accountants. We have criminologists, customs brokers, among others. And Council for Built and Natural Environment. We have the agriculturists, we have the architects in the CBNE, foresters, among others. All engineering discipline belongs to the Philippine Technological Council. And as I've said, we are the umbrella organization of the engineering group, all engineering associations. And we are pursuing international recognition of Filipino engineering professionals at both, please take note, at both entry and independent professional practice level. That means even if we are starting, even if a professional is just starting or just about to enter the practice, we are, helping improve that opportunity. We are helping improve that the capability of our Filipino graduates. Professional practice level, of course, this is at the level of those who are outside, like you, who are probably in the practice for 10, 15 years, minimum of 7 years. I think Engineer Adonis, Engineer Jamie knows this very well. And we are the professional accreditation body. Why do we accredit engineering programs? Because we would like to have the qualifications recognized at entry level. And then we are also professional registration body. Why? Because we would like to help assist in the eventual recognition of the qualifications at professional practice level. And of course, we promote professional and ethical practice of engineering in the country. These are the members. There are 13, but we are looking forward to the 14th member, which is the Institute of Materials Engineers of the Philippines. Materials Engineers of the Philippines who have undertaken bachelor's degree in material science and engineering. And these are the logo. And if you can see your logo there, I believe these are the most updated logos. And PTC is to be able to, for us to be able to move for the international recognition of qualifications, we sought membership to this group. But we are the founding chair of the Asian Federation of Engineering Organization, under which is the Asian Engineering Register that recognizes the qualifications of engineers. We are member of the International Engineering Alliance, which recognize the qualifications of new graduates, under the Washington Accord, and of course, the older graduates or professional engineers under the EPEC engineer. We are also a member of the Federation of Engineering Institutions of Asia and the Pacific, and our accreditation is recognized by this body, and that we are now developing a register for engineering personnel. So from all levels, from the entry up to professional level. And this group has already established itself very well in 26 countries. And of course, we are a member of the World Federation of Engineering Organization and the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, as well as the network of accrediting bodies for engineering education in Asia. All of this we sought because this served the purposes of our advocacies. We have, of course, we started from the Philippines, expanded in the ASEAN region, and in 2014, we ventured into the Middle East and North Africa. Okay. And Qatar has been very, very active in the last few years. Although we started in Bahrain, the PSME in Bahrain was the one who invited us in February of 2014. And from there, the reach has gone to the different GCC countries, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, of course, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, among others. So we have grown there, and I specifically thank these guys for working very hard to spread these efforts that we are doing. And of course, lately we were able to put the base in the US to be able to serve the Filipino engineering professionals in the US. And of course, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea, and lately we have some presence in Papua New Guinea. The other day, I saw this one, the presentation of Engineer Adonis about interface And he put the six, basically the six disciplines, okay? The geodetic, the civil engineers, the mechanical, the electrical, the electronics, as well as the architects. And if I may level up with all of you, interface as a noun is a point where two systems, subjects, organizations meet and interact. Like, for example, the interface between accountancy and the law. As a verb, no, it is actually one system getting a synergistic interaction with another system or a person or an organization. His goal is to really get people to interface with each other. No, that's how I look at interfacing. And maybe I would like to show you all of this. No, these few pictures. Which came first, the design or the, if you look at the left one, the left picture, maybe it was originally designed to be just, a supporting frame, but somebody thought, oh, maybe we should put a walkway, from the parking space. Maybe there's a parking space on the other side, and the other side is what? The shopping mall, okay? Or the one in the middle, no? Oh, maybe we have to make a loft, but he made a stair, which is very, very steep. Or if you look at on the right side, he constructed a stair, but there's no way you could go up to that next level. Or maybe they rented out the upper part, so they closed the access. Okay, so, but what are this really construction fails because of interfacing, or they were really an afterthought? No? Afterthought that, oh, I have to do this. So where is the fail? It may not be in the construction itself, but maybe it's in the ideation when they were thinking about, about the things that they would like to do. Okay. Of course, didn't think someone will sit here, Will somebody sit here? Lalo na kung nagdi-date sa gabi, di ba? Patay kang bata ka dyan, no? Pag nagdi-date sa gabi dyan, what? Maraming tusok. Kasi cactus yan. So, bakit naman cactus yung nilagay sa gitna? Okay. So, somebody designed a very good, sitting bench, but another one said maybe we should put something here, but they put a cactus. So, mukhang ano. Here, this probably is a failure in the interface between what? Between the construction group and the purchasing group. No, they were not able to purchase enough materials, so the construction guy has to make do. No, has to make do. And what happened? Look what happened. And on the other hand, oh, we have extra concrete, no, cement. Pakibuhos mo na lang dyan. No? Pakibuhos mo. Unfortunately, binuhos sa release ng tren. So I don't know. Maybe hindi na ginagamit yung release ng tren. Ito nakakatuwa, multi-purpose. Multi-purpose, but you look at it. Okay. Would you like to test that? Are you going to charge your laptop or your cell phone in those So what a design. No? What a design. Okay, use at your own risk. No? Maybe, I don't know. You look at that, no? Men, yung anong tawag dito? Yung indicator sa taas, but on the door, it's women. Women sa taas, and the door, it's men. So, palagay ko nalilito. On the other hand, on the left side, okay, bakit naman yung slide na yon papunta sa baba? No? Lampas. I'm not sure, but maybe they are cleaning the deck, and they just move that contraption for them to be able to clean the deck. And this is very popular in the Philippines. Okay, this is very popular. They expand the highway, or they expand the road, and they leave the electric posts somewhere. Okay. Yung sa Pilipinas kadalasan nasa gilid, no? Nasa gilid. Ito nasa gitna. Nasa gitna. So maybe it was because the planning of implementation doesn't jibe. So somebody did not talk with somebody. Okay. You look at the design of the bicycle lane, especially the one at the middle. Okay. You must be a very good cyclist, no, bicyclist, to be able to continually drive your bicycle on that lane. Okay. Maybe that's only about 4 inches. Yeah. You must be a very good, and of course that one, no? The one on the road. Okay. Give cyclists space. Give cyclists space. Unfortunately, of course, even if the signboard is movable, then why, no? Why do you have to put it there? Okay. So, and this is, I think, this is something else. No? But of course, I know that this one is not, maybe it's not a mistake. I think the construction is that, I don't know, with the civil engineers, tell me, the construction is that they can actually move one of the element. No? I think if I remember correctly, the one in Candaba in Pampanga can actually be moved, no? Like that. Okay. Of course, this one on the right side, I've seen several construction like that, no? And where they interpreted the stairs, the landing, and the stairs together. No? Well, so how can you go up the stairs? No? So interfacing. Maybe let's look at the diamond. Okay, what caused the brilliance of the diamond? When you pick up a diamond, I am a metallurgical engineer, and one of our subjects is how do we differentiate a diamond from just crystal of silica, or sabi nga nila yung puwet ng baso. Okay, so diamond, brilliance of diamond. Okay, you can see that the diamond has many facets or faces. So the fellow who's supposed to hold the stone, which is actually a diamond, he has to look at many things to be able to give 100-fold or 1,000-fold of value to the diamond. Okay, and there are forces. No? Color, clarity, that means the purity of the diamond. Color is from very, very light, no color actually, transparent, colorless, no? To light yellow. Clarity means there are no other colors, or even a very faint one, over a major matrix of color. There are no pin-size colors. Otherwise, it will disturb the way how the eventual final diamond reflects, no, the light, and create different colors. Okay. The carat is the weight of the diamond, of the piece, no? Of the diamond piece. But the most critical one is when they start cutting. Because once the diamond is cut, it could not be, it could not be, hindi na pwedeng gamitan yan ng glue. Hindi na pwedeng gamitan ng glue. So once the diamond is cut, they have to make the choices as to the number of facets, and of course the workmanship, the cutting itself, and of course the dimensions of the faces or the facets, and that will significantly impact a diamond's value, a diamond's value. If it is very rough, of course it's cheaper than a very well cut diamond with probably a maximum of 58 facets and with about 60% of that facet area is at that top of diamond, yung tinatawag nilang table, the top of the diamond. So what am I driving at? All of these were actually, although cutting maybe is a work of one artisan, I've seen one working in Israel, and he's very, very, precision cut. But, my point is that there must be a lot of understanding, a lot of C's when it comes to construction, building construction. And this is what I have, the last diagram for this diamond. FL is flawless, flawless. Yung pala yun, flawless. Wala talagang speckle, wala yung mga dots, wala. Okay. So, mga misis, maghanda na kayo. So, this is exactly, this is what I'm trying to drive at. Like diamond, like diamond, successful interface require facets. And those facets must be cut, kumbaga sa like diamond must be cut very well. And I tried to, given my small experience in industrial construction and some residential construction when I set up my own business, I decided to look at this, C. So I also adopted C. Okay. In construction, I think there must always be a common purpose, of course. This must be known to everybody, whether you are doing a canal or you're doing a cathedral. Always, we would like to construct the most beautiful, the biggest cathedral, the most beautiful cathedral there may be in the world. But I have been assigned to construct a canal for that cathedral. And so therefore, I'm going to construct that canal as beautiful and as functional as it should be, so that the cathedral will not be flooded, or the waste coming from the cathedral will be properly be discharged, liquid waste properly be discharged to where it should be going. This is what I mean by the common purpose. It is aligned, everywhere is aligned. I think even before the project is started, everybody should understand that well. Okay. I have experienced this when we constructed one of the biggest construction that I was involved with, a $300 million plant. I was basically responsible for process and process control and automation systems at that time. Okay, and if we fail in that design, we did not talk properly with the civil, the mechanical, the electrical guys, then we have a problem in the control system. The control system at that time, if I remember correctly, is about $30 million. Okay, so it's really, in fact, even within the group that designed the control system, there were a lot of interfacing, but we made sure, I made sure that they understand exactly what is the purpose. The purpose is to make sure with that control system that the plant is always at tip-top shape, no? As far as control of the process, even control of the machines, because we have first level controls, no? Drive controls, etc. So that's the main. Of course, typically we always think of capability or capacity of the people implementing a project. First question, these guys that you hired, are they really capable from the very top to the bottom? If not, then there must be capability building, like training. Yung bang gumawa ng stairs kanina na pinakita ko, na sabi niya, kinopya ko lang yan sa drawing. Was he really was he really capable of reading drawings, sections? Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. Kaya ganun yung ginawa niyang So capability, capacity, is it the way we want? Cooperation, collaboration, coordination, magkakaiba pala yan. Akala ko noon pare-parehas ng meaning. Cooperation, collaboration, coordination. I think the most dangerous there is collaboration. The most dangerous. Okay. Why? The client may not know that the two are collaborating. And but if collaboration is focused on that common purpose, then everyone will be able to work properly and achieve the common purpose. Of course, coordination, I think we all know this. We engineers know this. Every time, every morning, what do we have? We have what? Toolkit? Toolkit meetings? Diba? And that's one of the mechanism for coordination. Of course, when after all is said and done, I have the capability, I'm willing to collaborate, I'm willing to cooperate, I'm willing to coordinate, and I believe in the common purpose. Maybe I need to be concerned for the others, And that's when we said, even if you're the boss, you can even ask, kaya mo bang gawin yan talaga? Hindi ako nagdududa sa'yo, pero kaya ba? Kasi baka naman kulang yung tao, o kaya siya mismo has some limitation in what he knows. Concern for others, care for society. This now, I'm putting this one because, I've seen a CR, a comfort room design without any, concern for kahit man maitapon saan itapon yung laman ng CR. So, of course, related yan with environment and sustainability. Look at that. Care for society, care for environment, and care for sustainability. For those who have been conferred as either as Asian engineer or as APEC engineer, these are emphasized in the code of ethics of PTC. Care for society is the number one. That's protection of society. Okay. Care for environment and sustainability is there. Concern for others as well, mentoring others, and of course, lately in the international arena, there is culture sensitivity. Maybe the stairs was constructed by somebody who got, I know you know this very well. Kayo yung andyan. You know this very well. Culture sensitivity. Okay. And all of this, sa akin, very, very significant is the ability to communicate all of this with each other, to each other, and to the whole group as one. This is to me is one of the key items that PTC has been promoting, and that we hope we will be able to put this in our, in the things that we are doing. And let me go fast. Why, what, how? What are we are doing at PTC? Okay. Basically, we want mobility for everyone. Recognition results to mobility, whether it's virtual or real. Even yung mga andyan, they can have business here, and that's what mobility is. That's one of the mobility things that we consider. Your qualification has been recognized, so therefore, even someone who got your name in the internet can ask for your services, and your services may not even be a face-to-face service. Magtatanong lang yan sa'yo, maraming ganun na mga consulting companies ngayon. So recognition of qualification results to mobility. And of course, it needs academic achievement and of course, competence. And you need registration and you need alignment of that qualification and benchmark, of course. How do I benchmark my qualification? Look at international benchmarks. And if the benchmark, if your qualification is not yet at par with the benchmark, then perhaps you have to do some, learning, because all of this is to give you confidence, to give the client confidence, to give your employer confidence, and of course, to give that project the confidence that things will turn out not to be a fail, not to be failed, but to be a success. All of you, all within that project. Because eventually, as a PTC national advocacy, we would like to spread our wings. And you who are there, who are already there, you are the seed, you are the first seed. If you believe in this advocacy of improving our capability to do construction, to build, to contribute to any economy wherever you are, then that is exactly what we are trying to do. And of course, we do that. How? By being, look at this, doing accreditation, which graduate attributes, and eventually professional competencies, and that's when you start registration. Okay, you start registration. Of course, you take the board exam, you get registered with PRC. But beyond that, you develop your competencies. You don't recognize competency right there when you pass the exam. But of course, the first recognition is when you graduate from an accredited program whose graduate attributes, this one at B, is internationally recognized. Then there is something there. Okay, so registration to APEC, to ASEAN, to ACPE, and to International Professional Engineer. This is precisely why I said maybe I'm limiting my talk to engineers and eventually like that, okay? Because international recognition happens when we got membership like this, okay? I'll go fast a little bit because I think I've done my time. And, eventually, if we fill up these things all red, these boxes, then we have done the first step in our advocacy. That means getting the qualifications recognized. Filipino engineering professional recognized under their education, their graduate attributes, and their competence. Okay, that exactly is what we would like to do, because at entry level, we should get recognized for what we can do. And at independent practice level, you should be get recognized for the competencies, for the things that we have done, and for the things that we can further do. because these are the competencies that I would like to connect to the C's. Yung mga C's natin kanina, you can see there, okay? Capability, engineering knowledge, analysis, development, investigation. Concern for society, there, engineer and society. Concern for environment and sustainability, ability to communicate. And of course, cooperation, collaboration, individual, as well as teamwork, and others. Okay. So that's what we are pushing, being able to push that up to the level of professional competence, where you could see the C's. You could see the C's that I've shown: communication, ability to look at society, among others. And that's professional competence, because we eventually would like to see that many Filipinos are in these registers, and this new one, this is very new, International Professional Engineer Register, and hopefully with these registers we'll be able to push for the recognition of Filipino engineering professionals in at the very least, about 35 countries. Of course, there are countries adopting it even without being a member. And eventually we will have a database of Filipinos with extensive, information, assessed, verified, attested, of course, protected, privacy protected, a register that is trustworthy, confidence building, dependable, where people, where stakeholders, where clients could actually access and see there are indeed many Filipinos who have the qualifications of an ACPE, an ASEAN, APEC, International Professional Engineer, who could do the work like what you are doing now. You're doing it best. We are just at PTC, we are just putting that into a database, giving you that recognition, and of course through registration, that eventually we really hope will benefit all of you. And we hope that we could expand that. PFPA, the Philippine Federation of Professional Associations, will be able to expand that and make it happen, that we are promoting the entire Filipino professionals. With that, thank you very much for your kind attention at magandang tanghali. Tanghali na siguro dyan ngayon. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Thank you.
All right, and that was, of course, thank you so much, Engineer Federico. I just remember what you said, that like the diamond, successful interface requires facets. And living in a multifaceted world, we require to develop ourselves and to become competent. Maraming salamat po. Shukran lang. Tanong lang po, Engineer, kamusta po sa Pilipinas ngayon? Mainit na po ba?
Mainit na.
Mainit na.
I think the index is about 40 to 45.
Okay, ganito din dito sa Middle East. So anyways po, ladies and gentlemen, that was Engineer Federico A. Monsada, the President of the Philippine Technological Council. Thank you so much, sir. Well, at this point, let us show our appreciation to our keynote speaker by calling in Engineer Rodelin S. Reyes, the PPO-Q Second Secretary and the incumbent President of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, to award the certificate of recognition to Engineer Federico A. Monsada.
Okay, the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, PPO-Q, Doha State of Qatar, awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Federico A. Monsada, President of the Philippine Technological Council, in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and individual services rendered as keynote speaker during the Building Construction Interface, a multidisciplinary webinar series, given the 7th day of May, 2021, signed Engineer Adonis Q. Catalabo, the PPO-Q Chairman. Back to you, Peach.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rodeline. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. And that was again Engineer Federico A. Monsada. And of course, thank you as well, Engineer Rudelin S. Reyes, the incumbent president of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, State of Qatar chapter. The Philippine Professional Organization Qatar would also like to express its deepest gratitude to the very important member of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers in Qatar chapter, as well as the PPO-Q since the very start. He hails from Guagua, Pampanga, a father of two sons, Gerardo Antonio and Jeffrey Michael. One of his favorite quotes is from that of Helen Keller, which says, "Alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much." Further to his contributions, he is the PICE Qatar founding member, PICE Qatar chapter president from July 2008 to December 2009, PICE Qatar committee chairman, Philippine Professional Organization Qatar chairman in 2010, and PICE Qatar Council of Advisors members. He also is a PRC of Philippine Regulations Commission registered civil engineer. He is also a PICE Life member, project management and construction engineering specialist, a ASEAN engineer. Ladies and gentlemen, with pride and distinction, let us all give our salute to the late engineer Frederick Miraflor Garcia. At this point in time, may we request the family members of our late engineer Frederick Miraflor Garcia to show us their video screen as we will be recognizing Engineer Frederick Miraflor Garcia. Nandito po ba sila, yung family ni Engineer Garcia? Okay, so
parang wala
wala sila. Anyways, so for our audience, Engineer Frederick Miraflor Garcia is to receive a posthumous distinction recognition to be awarded by no other than our current PPO-Q chairman, Engineer Adonis Q. Talabo, and all the previous PPO-Q chairman who are present or in attendance with us right now.
Press, can we call again? Because there is one name na pangalan Jerjer. Iwan ko kung hindi naman to Bisaya na Jerjer.
Hello po, hindi po. Hello?
Andyan?
Hello po, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Pwede paki-pin, Brad. I think anak siya ni ano.
Hi,
Okay.
sir. Good afternoon.
Hello po.
Iba kasi sa Bisaya ang Jergar pala.
Oh, Jergar po.
Oh,
Jergar siya po. Sorry po.
Pwede paki-pin din yung yung mga former PPO chairman para si Sir Robert andito din. Sino pa?
Mr. Ger Garcia, you are Gerardo.
Yes, sir.
Gerardo Antonio. Okay.
Opo.
Welcome po. Welcome.
Thank you po.
Si Gerard.
On yung mga camera po ng mga former chairman para ma-adjust pa.
Paki-on ng camera. Sir Fred, after nito Sir Fred, pwede mag-picture taking muna tayo bago ka mag-exit.
Sige, okay.
Okay, sir. Sandali, sir. Ano lang namin, ha? Sino pang andito? Si Sir Robert. Si Robert. Andito si Robert, eh.
Dito ako, Chairman.
Andito na si Chairman Gerald. Anyway, so may I read the plaque? Okay.
Morning, Adonis.
Good morning. Good morning, Sir Doc Ray.
Good morning, Adonis, and good morning, hello.
Dito din si Sir Labat. Anyway, so I will read the plaque. Engineer Frederick M. Garcia, we from the Philippine Professional Organization of Qatar honor you with posthumous award for your great contribution and unwavering support to the organization as the 2010 PPO-Q chairman and 2008 to 2009 PICE Qatar president. Given this late na to, no? 5th day of April in the year of our Lord 2021, Doha, State of Qatar. So yung actual na plaque, Brad, it will be handed over to your family dyan pag ano. So we'll just get update from PIC. So thank you again.
Thank you rin po. Thank you everyone.
Sir Gerardo Antonio, so pwede po kami maghingi ng like short message lang po for your maybe for your father or for the PPO or any thoughts lang po with regard to this award.
Thank you po on behalf of my brother. Gusto po namin magpasalamat sa pag-recognize niyo sa mga naitulong at na-accomplish po ng father ko sa organization. Yun lang po. Mabuhay po kayo, PPO-Q, PICE, Qatar. Thank you po.
Okay. So thank you as well, Mr. Gerardo Antonio, yung anak po, the late engineer Frederick Miraflor Garcia. And give our regards as well to your family. Thank you.
Thank you. Pwede tayo mag-picture taking muna before si Sir Fred.
On na lang yung mga camera ng lahat ng panelists.
Pwede paki-on ng camera.
Okay, may tatlong slide tayo ha. I'll take the picture as well. Okay. I'll count 1. Wait, ba't ako hindi ako pala naka-on, sorry. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Like 1 minute. So next page. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next page.
So ang hindi naka-on na camera, nag-snack pa yon.
Wait lang po. Okay. Next page tayo. 1, 2, 3, smile. Last, ulitin ko lang. Last, just to be sure. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay na po.
All right. Thank you to all, the former chairman as well as current chairman natin, and of course, Sir Labat, A. Musa, and of course to the family of the late engineer Frederick Miraflor Garcia. Okay, so PICE and even PPO-Q will never be like this without you, Engineer Frederick Miraflor. Thank you for your contribution, and your legacy lives on. Okay. So at this point in time, we will be hearing short messages from the national presidents of various engineering fields of mechanical, electrical, and even electronics engineering, to introduce them one by one, starting off with the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers. Let us welcome them as Engineer Michael P. Survey, the current president of the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers in Qatar, to introduce their national president.
Thank you so much. Good morning, fellow professionals in Qatar, presidents of various professional organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Our first short message speaker was born in Las Marinas, Cavite, and was raised in Legazpi, Albay. He has persevered and succeeded in the field of mechanical engineering. From the position of mechanical aide, he has flourished to become the facilities maintenance head in Bachmann Geothermal Plant in Albay, Legazpi. So he has served Bachmann Geothermal Plant for more than 20 years. He is a professional mechanical engineer and a certified fire safety practitioner, currently managing his own business, Rayan Construction Supply Corporation, as Chief Executive Officer in the Philippines. He has been viewed and considered as one of the remarkable visionary leaders in Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the National President of Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, Engineer Nardito M. Cornelio Jr.
Thank you very much, Fred. Mike, how's my audio? Okay lang po ba yung aking audio? Naririnig po ba ng lahat?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. Okay. So to our keynote speaker, Engineer Director Montada of PTC, our resource speaker, fellow professionals, guests, friends, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to all of you. On behalf of the 2021 National Board of Directors of the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, I extend my warm greetings and congratulations to the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar chapter, composed of 14 strong professional organizations, as you hold the second day of your multidisciplinary webinar series on the building construction interface. I am truly glad to know that our PSME Qatar chapter is one of the 14 participating organizations that serve and support the professional OFWs here and engage in community-related activities of the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar chapter, or the PPO-Q, aside from webinars such as these. The British architect and writer Stephen Gardiner said, and I quote, "Good buildings come from good people, and all problems are resolved by good design," unquote. It is very heartwarming and fulfilling if designers and builders are able to bring forth from mere drawings and ideas structure that will stand for many lifetimes. In modern days building construction, the key aspects of MEP, or mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, have been linked to every buildings project to come up with the best design according to the principles of engineering and avoid common problems with electrical, mechanical, and plumbing systems are designed in isolation. So engineers working in the MEP must understand the broad range of disciplines, including dynamics, mechanics, fluids and thermodynamics, heat transfer, electricity, and computers. While architectural and civil construction give shape, structure, and aesthetic to buildings, MEP brings facilities to life, providing services. In other words, building construction has become multidisciplinary, just like PPQ, composed of different disciplines but working harmoniously for the common good. We consider mechanical engineering as one of the oldest and broadest professions. Even before the hunters, there were tools makers and machinists. The farmers, builders, artists, and musicians come later. Wikipedia says that the concept of engineering has existed since ancient times of humans devised fundamental inventions such as the pulley, lever, and wheel. Each of these inventions is consistent with a modern definition of mechanical engineering, exploiting basic mechanical principles to develop useful tools and objectives. Back in the year 1325, the word engineer refers to a person operate an engine or was a constructor of military engines. Today, mechanical engineers design the mechanical engineering components of buildings, such as heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration systems, lifts, escalators, moving walks, fire protection, pumps and piping systems, and so on. Using building information modeling, MEP engineers are able to access critical design data while contributing to a building process that can be more efficient, result in fewer problems on site, and produce optimal system design. As professionals, we need to ensure equality and sustainability of buildings that we construct. Designs incorporate resistance to minimize vulnerability to natural hazards. Let us develop a culture of safety in the building to safeguard the occupant and assets therein, while ensuring the fulfillment of industry standards and requirements. Let us maintain the necessary coordination with professionals of their disciplines for smooth flow of projects. As the national leader of the Filipino Mechanical Engineers, I intend to enhance our interconnection in linkage to other organizations and provide technical assistance as may be necessary, in line with our goal for PSME to become an organization that is powerful, influential, and relevant to its member and the community within and outside the country. I always believe that nothing is impossible if we all work together as solid and united professional organizations. For the next decade, it will be the turn of the next generation of professionals to match, if not outshine, the achievements of their elders, not only for their personal achievement, but also for service to our continent. Let us therefore develop and train our future leaders so that our organization will continue to flourish on the part of the globe. Thank you, Engineer Adonis Talibo, Engineer Michael Servin, and the rest of the organizers for inviting me here. And mabuhay ang Philippine organization, Philippine Professional Organization, Qatar Chapter. Have a nice day, everyone. Salamat po.
And mabuhay din po kayo, Engineer Nardito M. Cornelio Jr. That was really a warm message. We will still, of course, continue to educate the future generations para po may papalit po at magiging better pa po yung every organization. Thank you so much, sir. Next up, we may call in the current president of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineering, State of Qatar, Chapter, and the PPO-Q Second Secretary, Engineer Rodelin S. Reyes, to introduce their organization's national president.
Good morning, Qatar, and good afternoon, Philippines. Our next speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at the Mapua University in 1993 and has a Master's in Engineering Management also from Mapua University. He is a former Vice President of Safety and Pollution Control Officers Association, a former EE Program Advisory Panel for Malayan Colleges of Laguna, a former Assessor on Philippine Quality Award Program of Department of Trade and Industry, former member of Grid Management Committee, Energy Regulatory Commission, alternate member of CPD Council for Board of Electrical Engineering, the 2017 IIEE Southern Luzon Regional Governor, the 2017 to 2018 Vice Chairman of IIEE Electoral Process Improvement Committee, 2018 Best Pollution Control Officer LISP1 awarded by DENR EMB. And in 2019, he was awarded as Most Outstanding Alumni for Corporate Management, Mapua University. He is the Warranty QESH Quality Manager of Worktila Philippines Incorporated from 2001 to present. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the 2021 IIEE National President, Engineer Anthony Alan P. Alvarez.
Thank you, Press Roots. Am I audible? So, good
Loud and
morning.
clear.
Yeah, good morning, PPO Qatar chapter, and good afternoon here in the Philippines. So, before anything else, of course, I would like to acknowledge the people behind this prestigious event, headed by the chairman of PPQ Qatar, Adonis Talabo. Good afternoon. Congratulations for these two series of events. It is a real good development for our profession, the entire 14 of us here present now. Of course, I would like also to thank the presence of the dignitaries here, our Excellency Labor Attaché, Adam Musa, my co-national president of various organizations, PSME Nardito Cornejo, PECE Michelle Lawas, and the rest of the professions who are here today. So I'm very pleased that you have afforded me to talk in front of you. And of course, I'm also would like to have this opportunity, to have the the PPO, the Philippine Professional Organization. I think this is a real, I mean, it's really reflect the camaraderie among our profession, and I know this organization has a lot of to do with the leaders, not only in Qatar, but as well as in the entire Philippines. No? For one, your former PPO chairman, who is our former governor, Robert Mabulay, reflects that good leadership, no? in all essence. So I think being a member or being a leaders coming from the Philippine Professional Organization is a big thing, and you will have a lot of legacy to be left behind to our members across the organization, like the one being shared selflessly by former chairman Frederick Garcia. So in different perspective, this forum, the building construction interface, is like a preparatory, for our members who would be able to witness and to learn on all the topics that are here. I mean, not all the time for sure. You will be there in Qatar or in the foreign land. So time will come that you need to return to your homeland and do all those learnings, all those competency that you gain. So it is like a preparatory for you when you finally return home in our country. The pandemic has brought a lot of disturbance and distortion to us. Basically, a lot of our colleagues has also been displaced. I heard news from Saudi Arabia that some of our professionals need to return home, no? Because jobs are cut off. And for that matter, so this kind of horror is a good opportunity for them to prepare themselves when they return home. For us in our organization as well, as in IAE, it's a lot of distortion. We cannot do the usual face-to-face for our members. And that's why we venture a lot of our digital platform nowadays. And Qatar, for one, is the leading on this aspect. IAE, for example, has done the initial conferment for AER and even helping our PRC for the online final interview for our professionals. So we are now moving on into different platform, and I think we have adapted now for this second year. For us, since it is not available for the face-to-face, I will have an opportunity to visit Dubai next week with our regional conference. And one of the project that I'm looking, which is also our good PTC President Fred Monsada might be looking into, are the assistance that probably the OWA or the Polo may be able to provide to our displaced members. No? So we're looking into the grants or the loans that they can provide, and we might be able to establish a some sort of a cooperative that can be utilized for the startup of our displaced members. So aside from one of the digital engagement that we are looking into is the online or on-demand platform. We will call it IAE Luna Academy. So and in this endeavor, probably all of us, the 14 engineering and technical organization, may share as well our resources in this time of pandemic. So IAE has a lot of digital platform now that we may able to showcase to our colleague. Another collaboration that we will be having in this month will be the Electrical Safety Month. So in the Philippines, we're doing the National Electrical Safety Summit, which is done every 2 years. So I would like to take the opportunity to invite as well all the engineering discipline to attend on that forum. And part of that session, we will be able to come up with the memorandum of agreement with DOLE in order for us to cascade what is the mandate for our organization. So it would be nice also that the PTC or the PPC will be able to share those available memorandum of agreement within our own organization, and let's see how it will be cascade to the other members as well. So I think that is one goal of the PPC, to maintain the camaraderie and the interfaces of our organization. To end, I think like mentioned by Pastor Tosser, that God is looking for people who can do the impossible. Yeah. And that thing with the leaders of the PPC as well as all the organization, you taking the mentorship and sharing that through this forum, then those impossible things will be carried in various possibilities. Again, congratulations to the PPC for having this one. Thank you.
And of course, thank you or shukran lak, Engineer and Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, the IIEE National President. Tama po kayo, Sir, no? I agree with you because, even though there are distortions that are happening right now, we still manage to be adaptable even sa ganito mga training, but at least we are somehow giving the knowledge and, insights with regard to what you are doing as engineers. Okay, thank you so much, sir. But last but not the least, let us have this time for our electronics engineers, as we are having Engineer Kensley Armon Manese, the IECEP Qatar Governor, to introduce their national president.
Thank you, press speech. It is my honor to introduce to you today an empowered woman. She is a graduate of a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering at the University of Southern Philippines. And also, she got her master's degree in engineering, major in electronics engineering in the same university. She's a Doctor of Engineering from Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, a professional electronics engineer with specializations of mechatronics, robotics, building management system, telecommunications and communication systems design, security and alarm system design, electronics computerized process control automation system. Currently, she's the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at Mindanao State University, General Santos City, and incumbent National President of the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas.
Okay, so thank you so much, Engineer Kensley Manesi, ISEP Qatar current governor, for that wonderful introduction. Of course, no, my courtesy and respect to the Philippine Labor Attaché of State of Qatar, Honorable Adam Musa, and the Philippine Technological Council President, the keynote speaker, Engineer Federico Monsada, the Philippine Professional Organization, Qatar, the chairman, Engineer Adonis Talabo, and its officers and members, national president of the different professional organizations, to the national officers and members of ISEP Incorporated, especially to ISEP Qatar chapter, headed by the Governor Engineer Kensley Manesi. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in the profession, distinguished guests and delegates, good day, everyone, and greetings from the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, the duly accredited professional organization of electronics professional in the Philippines. Our institute has a membership covering a wide array of disciplines from in-building solutions, fire detection and alarm systems, and even photovoltaic technology applications, among several others. The Institute expresses its gratitude for inviting us to address this very important audience and express our take on the significance of a multidisciplinary approach to building construction. Indeed, in recent history, convergence has turned from a byword into the norm, being defined as the interaction of the members of an ecosystem. Simply put, convergence operationalizes the interfaces brought about by common fields of practice for various disciplines and professions. Indispensable nowadays is the introduction of electronic system and information and communications technology, or ICT applications in construction management for planning and execution, as well as for the building automation, smart home solutions, and the likes. So this field has gained popularity due to the prevalence of the internet and the need to remote monitoring and access for a more comfortable and convenient lifestyle. So priorities have likewise evolved from designing living spaces to building structures as a service. We recognize society's shift towards integrated and interconnected elements where completed construction seem to be alive, adjusting to the surroundings, learning the behavior of its occupants, and even generating its own power. These systems run on a virtual network and on an information highway of cables, where artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data play complementing roles for bits and bytes to make sense and for packets to converge into a meaningful application. So the construction industry will continue to evolve and introduce innovations in making itself relevant to the demands of the new normal. With this pandemic forcing huge chunks of the populations to work from home, ISEP acknowledges the opportunities and challenges these emerging technologies bring to us. While there have been numerous developments in ICT, the construction industry poses itself as an exciting convergence point where multidisciplinary innovations are introduced, paving the way for smarter buildings of the future. We now live in a dynamic society powered by innovation and driven by knowledge, and as we begin to embrace the game-changing nature of electronics and information and communication technology coupled with digital transformation, our collective consciousness also manifests the critical role of ICT infrastructure in the integrated supply chain, with businesses, enterprises, and individuals accelerating the economic momentum across vertical industries and the government. At its onset, human resource development in light of the digital transformation is necessary. As more and more young professionals find themselves in the construction industry, only to find out that the jobs of today require more inclination to ICT than it has been so before. University and industry linkages are all the more significant as the Philippines gears for the fourth industrial revolution. So research and development are key initiatives to address the industry gap and bridge professionals towards value creation. So the country is poised to transition from manufacturing-centric, exporting electronics, to a design-oriented industry focused on multidisciplinary collaboration, which finds itself higher in the value chain. So together with our stakeholder partners, ICEP, or the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, will explore new avenues for a job creation. We will likewise promote development in the human capital by equipping our members with the necessary abilities and resources through continuing professional development. So the role of our respective professional organizations in building convergent electronics and ICT capacity for the construction industry is to provide platforms for socializing innovative ideas. Conferences, webinars such as today are platforms for technology acceptance and soliciting professional insights as we become more aware and are enabled to make connections in ways that resonate and have relevance. Again, on behalf of the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, being the national president, I would like to commend this webinar series conducted, initiated, and organized by the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, chaired by the Outstanding Professional of the Year awardee 2019 by PRC, Engineer Adonis Talabo. Thank you so much for this event and for this webinar, and may everyone remain safe amid this health crisis we are facing. So sa ating lahat, mabuhay po ang mga professional organizations, mabuhay po ang Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, mabuhay po ang ICEP. Maraming salamat at magandang araw po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat din, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas. Siya po yung IECEP National President. Yeah, I'm really happy lang po ako marinig na when you talk about the ICT, the innovations in ICT as well in construction management and building, innovations has really converged in order for us healthcare practitioners na ma-practice namin yung profession namin in a more comfortable way instead of the traditional ways of doing things. So thank you po. Dr. Michelle, one question lang po before I proceed to the next. Di ba po dati electronics communications po? So bakit ngayon electronics na lang po? Just curious about that.
Yes, it's in the IRR, it's in the Republic Act 9292. It's the conversion from from electronics and communication engineering to electronics engineering, and it's in the implementing rules and regulation, and that is based on the Republic Act 9292.
Okay, so it is in the IRR. Thank you po, Dr. Michelle, and have a safe day din as well. Okay, so guys,
Thank
I
you
know,
po.
yeah, okay, thank you po. And of course, those are the national presidents of the Mechanical, Electrical, and Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. Thank you po sa pagbigay niyo ng time to give some short messages for us here dito sa webinar. I know that you are all excited to hear and gain additional learnings from our guest speakers for today. Without further ado, let us determine how these engineers design power-producing machines such as electric generators, maybe internal combustion engines, or saka yung air condition na pinaka-importante dito sa Middle East, and even refrigeration, and all such stuff. Well, to introduce our first speaker, let us call in again Engineer Michael P. Serban, the President of the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, to introduce our first speaker for today. Engineer.
Thank you so much. Good morning once again, and good afternoon in the Philippines. Our fourth technical speaker is a mechanical engineering graduate of Adamson University in Manila, a licensed mechanical engineer, and aspiring professional mechanical engineer. He was also a certified project management professional with over 15 years in construction field, of which 10 years in project management or mixed-use development. Also well-versed in design, construction, and maintenance of mechanical building services, utilities for a building, specialized in infrastructure, dry and wet utilities, mechanical, and public health services. He served as the current incumbent Information Technology Publication Director for Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, Qatar chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now present the PSME Qatar chapter champion for mechanical building services in our multidisciplinary webinar, Engineer Lloyd Christian Pineda.
Thank you so much, Pres Michael. Firstly, am I audible?
Loud and
Yes,
clear.
good to hear.
So may I share my screen? All right, I can share it. Please tell me if you can see my screen. It should be the
Yes.
You can see the three circles.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, again, good morning, everyone here in Qatar, and good afternoon to those in the Philippines. Esteemed leaders, members, and distinguished guests, thank you for taking your time being here with us. In this session, our goal is to have an overview on some of the most notable mechanical systems found in a healthcare facility, particularly for a hospital building. The ACMV, the plumbing and drainage, the fire protection system. Whereas, due to the broad spectrum of these mechanical building services, we would only be discussing the gist or the overview. And it should be noted that the proper construction and maintenance of mechanical systems, primarily ventilation and air conditioning, are essential to the health of a hospital because of infection control, patient comfort, environmental concerns, and other factors. Mechanical systems in hospitals must be designed and maintained at a higher standard than those in a typical building. With that said, let's head to our first topic for today, which is the ACMV. What is ACMV? All right. Continual advances in medicine and technology necessitate constant re-evaluation of the air conditioning needs of hospitals and medical facilities. Medical evidence shows that proper air conditioning helps prevent and treat many conditions, and ventilation requirements exist to protect against harmful occupational exposures. They need clean and conditioned air in healthcare facilities is critically important and costly. The relatively high cost of air conditioning demands efficient design and operation to ensure economical energy management. So what do you need to know about HVAC? Or ACMB, I must say. ACMB stands for air conditioning and mechanical ventilation. It controls the indoor environment or total control of the temperature, moisture in air or humidity, the supply of outside air for ventilation, filtration of airborne particles, and air movement. So not to confuse everyone, let's head to the key terms commonly used in the air conditioning and mechanical ventilation. So air, we all know what air is, but in this presentation, it is defined as the mixture of two components, water and dry air or moist air. Dry air in the troposphere has nearly constant constituent of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and 1% other gases. And we have the water vapor or gas phase of water. It's also called the humidity or moisture. We have the wet bulb temperature. It's the lowest temperature to which air can be cooled by evaporation of water into the air at a constant pressure. Let me show you the difference between a dry bulb and a wet bulb temperature. So the wet bulb temperature is measured by wrapping a wet wick around the valve of a thermometer, and then you will get the wet bulb temperature. So moving on, we have the dry bulb temperature. Is the temperature of air measured by a thermometer freely exposed to the air, but shielded from radiation and moisture. DBT is the temperature that is usually thought of as the air temperature. Then we have the humidity, which is the concentration of air of water vapor present in the air. Water vapor, the gaseous state of water, is generally invisible to the human eye. Humidity indicates the likelihood for precipitation, dew, or fog to be present. What is relative humidity? It is the ratio of the current absolute humidity to the highest possible absolute humidity. A reading of 100% relative humidity means the air is totally saturated with water vapor and cannot hold anymore, creating the possibility of rain. In other words, let me show you one photo. I'm sure most of you have seen this. This of this landmark. This is Mercury Drugstore in front of Quiapo Church, where the dry bulb temperature and relative humidity are shown daily. Imagine the 87% RH shows how humid the Philippines is. And as a freshman, I used to wonder what the percentage means. Now I know. So continuing with the key terms, we have the dew point temperature, which is defined as the temperature to which air would have to cool in order to reach saturation. One example of this is when you are having a cold drink. If you can see, there's a difference between having a coffee and having a cold tea. When you're having a coffee, you can see the moisture inside of the cup. While if you're drinking a cold drink, the moisture will be outside. That means that the temperature of the fluid inside the hot cup, that means that the cup is colder than the fluid, and it has reached, the cup has reached the dew point temperature, so you can see the condensation. Okay, I hope that's clear. Moving on, we have the psychrometrics. It is the sign that involves the properties of moist air and the processes in which the temperature and or the water vapor content of the mixture are changed. We have the basic description of the cooling, which is the removal of heat from the air and thus reducing its temperature. We have the heating, the addition of heat in the air, thus increasing its temperature. We have the humidification, of course, the adding of moisture in air, the humidification, the removal of moisture in air. And now we have the two types of heat, which is the sensible and the latent heat. The sensible heat is literally the heat that can be felt. It is the energy moving from one system to another that changes the temperature rather than changing its phase. For example, it warms water rather than melting the ice. For latent heat, energy absorbed or released by a substance during a change in its physical state. That occurs without changing its temperature. Lastly, we have the tons, described as a ton of refrigeration. 1 ton of refrigeration indicates the amount of heat that needs to be extracted from 1 ton of water at 0 degrees centigrade to convert it to 1 ton of ice at 0 centigrade in 1 day. I hope no one is confused. So let's move on. What is air conditioning? Air conditioning, the science and practice of creating a controlled climate in the indoor living or working areas for comfort of human beings or animals or for the proper performance of some industrial and scientific process. The simultaneous control of temperature, humidity, motion, and purity of air in a confined space. Air conditioning is not only the reduction of air temperature, as commonly known, but also the condition to condition the properties of airs to achieve needed in a space to achieve thermal comfort. There will be a discussion regarding thermal comfort later. So let's first discuss what is ventilation. Ventilation is the intentional introduction of outside air into a space. It is mainly used to control the indoor air quality by diluting and displacing indoor pollutants. It can also be used for purposes of thermal comfort or dehumidification when the introduction of outside air will help to achieve desired indoor psychrometric conditions. And now we have the mechanical ventilation, which is a type of ventilation other than the natural ventilation, which is also called the forced or induced ventilation, done by fans and other mechanical means. This means that ventilation is very effective in controlling the humidity and air quality inside an air-conditioned space. It is a positive means of ventilation as it can control the odor, contaminants, and humidity as well. There are many examples of mechanical ventilation, just like our kitchens and toilets exhaust fan. Next topic is the basics that we need to know about air conditioning and mechanical ventilation. The basic of ACMB. First, let's discuss what is a cooling load. As you can see, the cooling load is a summation of internal heat gains, external heat gains, and the solar heat through the glass. This is what we call the cooling load. You can see the internal heat gains from the lights and the equipment such as computers and other heat generating appliances, and the external heat gains from the walls, roof, floor, and finally the solar heat through the glass. So let's discuss what is human comfort. Human comfort is a condition at which most people are likely to feel comfortable most of the time. During summer days, we have 25 degrees. In winter, we have 20 degrees and the relative humidity from 40 to 60%. While achieving thermal comfort for most occupants of the buildings or other enclosures is the goal of every design engineer, indoor quality is not part of thermal comfort. It is a key concern, particularly for a healthcare facility. So we have the environmental factors. Satisfaction with the thermal environment is a complex subjective response to many interacting variables. Our perception of comfort is influenced by these variables, including the characteristics of the physical environment, the amount of clothing, the activity level, and the demographic of the subject. One example is the rate of heat dispersed by a person sitting in the office is less than the heat dispersed by a person exercising. For sure, most of you are not familiar with this chart. This is called the psychrometric chart, where the properties of air are graphically represented, as well as their thermodynamic properties, such as the dry bulb temperature, wet bulb temperature, relative humidity, dew point temperature, moisture content, are mapped in this chart. Basically, this is a very, very important tool for every mechanical engineer to design an HVAC system. Okay, let's move on with the types of air conditioning systems. We have categorized it to two categories, which is the decentralized air conditioning system, which typically serve a single or small space from a location directly adjacent to the space. And we have the centralized air conditioning system that serve multiple spaces from one base location. These typically use chilled water as a cooling medium and use ductworks for air distribution. So what are the types of the decentralized AC system? We have, of course, the window type, the split AC, which are commonly used in our households. And then we have the package unit, which is a unit bigger than the window type, because most window type ACs are typically less than 5 tons. So let's have a quick overview of the centralized AC system. Air and water or both are used as working fluids to produce the required heating or cooling, and therefore, based on the working fluid, central air conditioning system is used. So let me show you one typical schematic showing the stages involved in central air conditioning. Let's start from the electric chiller. So this is just the basic schematic that we have. From the electric chiller, you can see the blue line. This denotes the chilled water pump, which is pumped through by this chilled water pump going through the air handling unit, the cooling coils. Okay. So when outdoor air passes through the cooling coils, its temperature is reduced, and then the cold air goes inside the room to collect the heat. Once the heat is absorbed through the return air now goes back to the cooling coil, where some of the return air goes as exhaust and some are recirculated. So if you can see, the cycle continues. In here, if you look at the light blue line, it denotes the hot water. It's not really hot. It's around 14 degrees Celsius. By the way, the supply line would be around 6. So this is considered as hot. Okay. So this blue light, the water goes back to the evaporator, and as the cycle continues. Well, what we don't know is that the heat brought by this light blue line is now transferred to the condenser, where that heat is actually rejected. And there's another circuit for a water system here to cool that water. So that hot water goes to the cooling tower where the water is released. And then we have the ventilation air, forced mechanical ventilation, to cool the droplets of water. And once it is on the reservoir, that cool water is being pumped again to the condenser. So it's just like a cycle that we have different processes, but it's a cycle that is being followed for every centralized air conditioning system. So let's move on to some samples of the mechanical ventilation. So we have the toilet and bath exhaust system, the kitchen exhaust, car park ventilation, industrial ventilation, to name a few. So here are the photos. Of course, you are all aware of the exhaust system that we have. Without that, I can imagine what would happen to our houses. Then we have the kitchen extract fan. And then the car park ventilation, which is also used to manage the smoke in the event of fire. And we have the famous circular fans. As most of you have noticed this in the establishment around Metro Manila. And before we go to the design brief, let me just show you for a quick second the mechanical permit and how it looks like. Of course, the details here will be filled in, and then it will be signed. Let me show you. There is a signature required for a professional mechanical engineer. Okay, here is the how it looks like. For those of you who are planning to build your houses, you would be needing this. Okay, let's move on to the design map. This is a simple design map, whereas the data affecting the design are discussed. Of course, it will all start with the client requirement, which will be discussed in the design brief. What's in the design brief? Everything is derived from the client's need. Operating strategy is where the facility management, control, sustainability, and energy strategy are discussed. Of course, the standards, the regulations, Philippine Mechanical Code, Building Code, and ASHRAE for the HVAC standard references. And we have the internal design conditions. This varies from room to room, especially in a hospital. And then the occupancy, how many people will be in the building? For this particular building, I think it's around 400 bed capacity, plus the 2 residential on the roof. So all of those should be considered. And most importantly, the costs, the capital cost, space implementation, the energy maintenance and running costs. The next step, we go with the site details. As the location varies, assumptions also varies whether it is located near the sea or atop the mountain. Design parameters will change. We have to consider the access, the delivery and construction. Of course, the orientation, the shading. Do you have trees around it or the surrounding buildings that can aid in the sizing of the equipment? And services like water, electricity, drainage, communication that are available in the location. The next step will be the building fabric, which refers to the structural materials, cladding, insulation, or finishes that enclose the interior of a building, separating the internal from the external. Very broadly, for most facilities, the building fabric will include several elements: the roof, the external walls, windows, doors, and the lowest floor. So let me show you the typical construction of a building fabric, where the type of insulation to be used is a critical factor for the overall system design, as the thermal resistance of the fabric varies in different materials, which basically means lower insulation class means higher cooling load, which is to be said the same in the glazing and infiltration. If you want more glass in your building, of course, you have to compromise your cooling load, as it adds heat, solar radiation through the glass. And then we have the load analysis, the cooling load, zoning, ventilation, and part load. I would not be discussing much on this topic. And then we have the air conditioning and ventilation. This is where the strategies of equipment are set. Just like the fresh air and return air, Are we using natural ventilation or the distribution systems, the air systems, water system, and the equipment selection? We also need to factor in the acoustics. The noise criteria for every room varies. The strategy for the sound attenuation, including the selection of materials. And of course, it has an effect on the total cost of the project, whereas the client has to be informed. And we have the design review. This is where the layouts are checked with other services. Coordinations for clashes and provisions, especially for the shops. Maintenance access are considered. Plus, the commissioning. It is imperative that the designer is aware of the commissioning phase requirement that are to be included in the design. Most of the time, this is not considered, which causes delay in the project completion. All right, so design can be declared completed and issued for construction. So let's have a quick overview on how the HBA system are calculated. Values and consideration vary from each kind of application. Since our project is about a healthcare facility, requirements, especially for ventilation, are different from residential and commercial buildings. The balance between thermal comfort and air quality in healthcare facilities to optimize the indoor air quality is vital to its operation. Although proper air conditioning is helpful in preventing and treating disease, application of air conditioning to healthcare facilities presents many problems not encountered in the usual conditioning design. The basic difference between air conditioning for hospitals and that other buildings stem from the need to restrict air movement in and between departments, specific requirements for ventilation and filtration to dilute and remove contamination, odor, airborne microorganisms and viruses, hazardous chemicals, and radioactive substances. Third one is the different temperature and humidity requirements for various area. And the fourth one is the design sophistication needed for accurate control of environmental conditions. Let me show you the different parameters used for the different rooms in a healthcare facilities. I hope you can see these tables. Okay. So in here, let's take, for example, the bathroom. The bathroom is a negative room. Of course, it makes sense for the author, in order the author not to escape to the other rooms. And then another example would be, let's take one more, the clean workroom or clean holding. The room is denoted as positive to prevent the contaminated air from adjacent spaces to enter the room. On the second column, the minimum outdoor air is also indicated, and the minimum total ACH, this means it's air change per hour, is also indicated. This is the air change per hour pertains to the total volume of air or room volume that needs to be replaced in an hourly rate. Okay, let's now go on the infection sources in a hospital. What are those? Here are some infection sources in the hospital: bacterial infection, viral infection, molds, chemicals. Some common examples of the bacterial infection is the Mycobacterium tuberculosis and Legionella pneumophila, or the Legionnaire's disease, of the bacteria that are highly infectious and transported in air-to-air and water mixtures, and are reported that the droplets or the infectious agents are about 5 microns or less in size that can remain airborne indefinitely. So this is quite serious. And then we have the viral infection. The most common type is the chicken pox or shingles and measles. and we have the molds and the chemicals used in the hospital, particularly for the pharmaceuticals. Those are powerful chemical agents. So what are the control measures? Outdoor air ventilation. If properly maintained and positioned, the outdoor air can be free of infectious bacteria and viruses compared to room air, as ventilation dilutes the indoor air viral source within the hospital. We have the filtration. Some authorities like the CDC recommend using HEPA filter, also known as high efficiency particulate air filters with a test efficiency of 99.97%, or ultra low penetration filters, also known as ULPA filters. And then there's the pressure differential that is created by differential pressure, which result from controlling the system in a particular manner. Is a common measure to help prevent dispersal of contaminants between adjoining spaces. As I have shown you earlier on the table, we have the negative and positive rooms. So this is one strategy. It falls under the pressure differential. So as part of the calculation, let us now have a discussion on the cooling load. So wait, what is a cooling load? As I told you earlier, is the summary of the internal heat gains, external heat gains. Okay. So once, okay, again, I'm going to show you. In addition to this, all of these loads, we have the ventilation. Since the ventilation is from the fresh air, the temperature would be based on the ambient temperature. So it will be literally hot. So it will constitute additional load. So upon summing up of the cooling load, we then proceed with the next step, the sizing of the pipeworks and ductworks, and eventually the equipment selection. All right, dependent on the calculated loads, both ductworks and pipeworks can be sized in accordance to the local and international standards. They fund the air side equipment. We can start the selection as well as the water side equipment. So this is one simple schematic on how the is a guide for us to size the equipment. So now let's discuss the importance of commissioning. What is commissioning? Commissioning is defined as the advancement of an installation from the stage of static completion to working order to specified requirements. So why is it important? The first call in commissioning process is to conduct a thorough check of the ACMB equipment following the installation by the contractor. This assessment consists of verifying that the correct equipment has been installed and that it has been situated in the correct location. The commissioning engineers will ensure that this installation meets the manufacturer's requirement. Following the verification, the next step in the process is witnessing the equipment, the startup, the shutdown, and sequence of operation that needs to be verified and documented properly. Any issues with the system must be noted and reported to the contractor immediately. After successful verification and witness, the system can now be tested, adjusted, and balanced to ensure it is operating as intended. Without commissioning, the system may not operate correctly and will therefore be a waste of time and effort and purpose. By carrying out the commissioning, the building owner will have the documentation regarding the systems that are operating and any issues that need to be resolved. The system will operate correctly and the building will run efficiently and comfortably. So what do we have as a system interface? So the ACMB system is interfaced with the building management system, fire alarm and detection system, security and access control, and the power system. I'm sure this will be tackled on the next topics that we have later on by the electric IIEE and ISEP. So moving on to our next topic for today, which is the plumbing and drainage system. Plumbing for healthcare facilities, such as a hospital, requires a plumbing system that is more complex than those most of types of buildings. The same goes for the ACMB. Hence, the designer should work closely with the architect and the facility staff and be involved in meetings and discussions in order to fully understand the plumbing requirement for any new special medical equipment. Healthcare facilities may have different requirements or be exempt of some codes and standards such as water and energy conservation codes and regulations regarding the physically challenged. Let's discuss what are the plumbing fixtures we have in a hospital. Right? This is I'm not sure if you can see it properly, but this is a guide that can be used for the preliminary allocation of fixtures. On the left-hand description, we have the fixtures. On the top, we have the rooms. So this is not a final list. This is just a guide for the designer. So when he approaches the facility, the medical facilities and the architect, and he's gonna show this, and he needs to agree whether what to add, what to omit. So he has a basis for his design. So what are the general requirements for the fixtures? Plumbing fixtures in healthcare facilities should be dense, impervious materials having smooth surfaces. Plumbing fixtures of vitreous china, enameled cast iron, and stainless steel are commonly used. Fixture brass like faucet, trap strainers should be chrome-plated, approved by, of course, by the administrative authority, and appropriate vacuum breakers and backflow preventers should be installed. Here are some photos of these fixtures. It is a chrome-plated fixture. And we have the vitreous china wash basin and water closet. Finally, we have the drinking fountain made of stainless steel. Apart from all of these common fixtures, we have fixtures specific to healthcare areas. So what are those? For general use staff and public areas, we have water closets, laboratories and sinks, faucets, urinals, showers, drinking fountain, water coolers, map service basins, floor drains, patient rooms, ward rooms, nurseries, emergency triage rooms, examination and treatment rooms. For the hospital kitchen, we have the toilet fixtures for the kitchen staff, food preparation sinks, hand wash sinks, pot and pan wash sinks, dishwashers, glassware washers, floor drains, hose bibs, mixing stations, grease traps, and for the laundries, we have the washers, extractors, dryers, pressers, folding machines, and hot water supply. For laboratory rooms, we have the countertops and sinks made of epoxy or acid-resistant materials, cup sinks, laboratory glass washer, emergency showers, eye and face wash fountains, and laboratory service outlets. In addition to this, we also have the unique equipment to a hospital. So I think most of our healthcare providers know about these things. From the plumbing standpoint, what I can tell you is about the second and third and fourth columns, which is what we call the fixture units. Basically, this is the this is the assumed value, the value for each fixture units are added up. Okay, these are added up that will help us in the finalizing and in the calculation of the branches, of the branch sizing of our pipe works, the sizing of our tanks. So basically, we need to sum up what are the available or what are the design fixtures in the hospital, sum it up, calculate it, and then size the piping networks, including the pump works. And finally, we have the special equipment that requires plumbing provisions. The dialysis machine, heart and lung machines, electron microscope, stills, sterilizers, film processing equipment, and dental equipment. Okay. Let's now move on to the drainage system, where we have three types: the sanitary drainage system, stormwater drainage system, and laboratory drainage. For sanitary drainage, it is a system of piping within public or private premises that conveys sewage or other liquid waste to an approved point of disposal. The intent is to design and install sanitary drainage systems that will function reliably and neither undersized or oversized, and are constructed from materials, fittings, and connection whose quality is regulated by codes and standards. The basic sanitary drainage system include the public and private sewage disposal, selection of materials, installation of building sewer, including the building drainage and components, the joining methods between drainage piping and fittings, and drainage fixtures units for sizing the drainage system, sumps, and ejectors. Next, we have the stormwater drainage system that conveys rainwater from the buildings, surface runoff from all types of precipitation, the groundwater, and the subsurface water to an approved point of disposal. The building site shall be provided with a means for draining the paved areas, areaways, yards, and all other areas where the collection or uncontrolled flow of rainwater could cause damage to a building, overload local streams, or present a hazard to the public. The drainage may include rainwater from parking lots, roadways, roofs of structures, undeveloped areas of site, depending on the approval of the local administrative authority. Some clear waterways, such as the condensate from the air conditioning units, untreated cooling tower water, ice machine discharge, pond overflow, may also be discharged in the storm drainage. Now, in addition to the conventional sanitary drainage system, we have the laboratory drainage system, a special sanitary drainage system required in healthcare facilities. The acid waste drainage system requires as design because of the corrosive solutions that demand special handling. And before discharging this waste, it should be neutralized. First, in the sense that the pH level should be within the acceptable limits. This is to avoid discharging high concentration of acid in the public sewer, which could cause corrosion to the system. Then we have the water supply. We have three types of water supply system in a hospital. It's the potable water, non-potable water, and pure water. So what are the uses of potable water? Potable water are used for supplying cold water, hot water, chilled water, tempered water, and hot water circulation. Cold water should be provided at all required locations, while the hot water should be generated with the most economical heating medium. And with today's technology, several reliable methods can be applied to produce and store domestic water, such as the solar heating, and then the heat recovery from the HVAC system. And with regards to the hot water distribution system, serving patient care areas shall be under constant recirculation, which is also used in kitchens and laundry facility. While the chilled water, this is different from the air conditioning chilled water. Just to give a clarification, the chilled water is used for the cooling of electron microscope and X-ray tubes and should be recirculating in design as well. So that is the potable water. We're now proceeding with the non-potable water. Non-potable water systems are usually employed in areas having multiple water requirements that could contaminate the potable water supply. Areas in this category include all outlets in autopsy rooms, outlets in isolation rooms, and all outlets in infectious disease and tissue culture rooms. This system normally use reduced pressure type backflow preventers as the means to protect the potable water system. And the final type of water supply system is the pure water system. Pure water system is the term generally used to describe water that is free from particulate materials, minerals, bacteria, purgens, organic matters, and dissolved gases. Pure water systems are usually required in the hospital's pharmacy, central supply room, laboratories, and laboratory glassware washing facilities. We have some 5 basic methods of producing pure water: through distillation, demineralization, reverse osmosis, filtration, and recirculation. Depending upon the type of pure water required in the facility, one or more method will be needed. So let's move on with the medical gases. These are the common medical gases found in a hospital: oxygen, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide, medical compressed air, nitrogen, and vacuum system. Again, the interface between the designer and the administrative staff is crucial as the healthcare field is constantly changing with new technology to provide innovative approach to the design of the medical gases. While the goal remains unchanged to provide safe and sufficient flow at required pressures to all medical gas outlets and terminals, valves, equipment during patient care and emergency. Let me show you a table of where these gases are used. If you can see the numbers on the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth column, these numbers denotes the number of outlets required to a certain room. Okay, so let me now show you the this ends my discussion with the medical gas. Because of the limited time, we can only have an overview. This is how a plumbing permit looks like, of course. This needs to be filled up prior to submission. And before we head to our final topic of the day, which is the fire protection system, I would like to put an emphasis on why the proper design of plumbing and sanitary systems are important. In the plumbing, we harness a precious resource, which is water, to use for safe to use safely for health, hygiene, and well-being. Plumbing makes it possible that the miracle of clean water, convenient water, and something often taken for granted. Water should be conserved by minimizing the leakage and wastage. Water supplied for human consumption should be safe at all times. Hot water system should be carefully designed to avoid health hazard. And the ability of sanitation system to remove waste has protected the population from communicable disease throughout the history. So having a proper design ensure that the liquid waste are disposed of promptly and hygienically. Drainage systems are adequately sized and easily cleaned, and all drains are adequately ventilated. And lastly, deleterious substances are excluded from sewers. So that's the some important factors why we should have proper design for the plumbing and drainage. So moving on to our next topic, I think we have consumed around 50 minutes. So what is a fire protection system? Fire protection system is the study and practice of mitigating the unwanted effects of potentially destructive fires. It involves the study of the behavior, compartmentalization, suppression, and investigation of fire and its related emergencies, as well as the research and development, production, testing and application, and mitigating system. So these are the key factors affecting the overall fire hazard as follows: the type of building construction, building envelope, the building intended use, the occupancy, the fire growth rate, and the combustible fuel loading of the contents. So what are the classes of fire? We have 5 classes. Class A fires ordinarily involve combustibles such as wood and paper, and are readily extinguishable by water, cooling, or coating with a suitable dry chemical. We have the Class B fires, which involves flammable liquids. Class C involves live electrical equipment. Class D is the involved metal that burns, in which special powder type seems are necessary to extinguish the fire. And we have the Class K fires, which involve the cooking media in commercial kitchens. Okay, so we these are the types of fire protection system that we have: the fire sprinkler system, dry pipe system, portable fire extinguisher, special hazard fire suppression system, and passive fire protection system. The wet sprinkler system is we have 2 types: the automatic wet sprinkler and then the water mist. While the automatic wet sprinkler are the system which constantly have water in them. This allows for a quick reaction to a fire and is the most common type of sprinkler installed in a building. A type of building that uses the wet pipe system is a high-rise or office building with a few floors. The fire sprinkler system is cost efficient and low in maintenance, while the water mist is an improved version of the wet sprinkler system by producing ultra-fine water droplets and using only 50 to 90% less water than a fire sprinkler, resulting in little to no collateral damage. Water mist system may be connected to a building's water supply for continuous firefighting capability, or in remote locations may be connected to a tank or reservoir. Let me show you some of the photos of the wet system. So this is the typical arrangement. If you can see the blue lines, those are all filled with water. We'll discuss a little bit later how the system is activated. The next one is we have the control valve assembly for the wet sprinkler system. Then the types of sprinklers. We have the conventional, the upright, pendant, horizontal sidewall, vertical sidewall, recessed pendant, concealed horizontal sidewall. And then we have the different types of sprinklers, the different colors, which corresponds to different temperatures. So if you can see this valve, okay. So when it reaches the certain temperature, this bulb will burst and the water will come in, and this is the deflector, and it will spray water on the area. The next one is it's just a photo of the fire pump set. Then we have the fire hose reel and accessories. Then we have the water mist and the water mist in action. If you can see, the water is really ultra fine. So moving on to the next type of fire protection system, which is the dry pipe sprinkler system, is one of which the pipes are filled with pressurized air or nitrogen rather than water. The air holds a remote valve known as a dry pipe valve in a closed position. Located in a heated space, a dry pipe valve prevents water from entering the pipe until a fire causes one or more sprinklers to operate. Once this happens, the air escapes and the dry pipe valve releases. Water then enters the pipe and flowing through the open sprinklers onto the fire. So this is one sample. The yellow lines indicate the air pressure, where the blue line here is the water. The next one is the types of portable fire extinguisher. We have seen portable fire extinguisher in our offices, in our house, but in order to use these extinguishers, we should be knowledgeable of their classifications and uses. We have different types. We have the water, the dry powder, the foam, CO2, and wet chemical. On the photo on the right, you can see it's a tabulation where you can use these fire extinguishers. Which classes of fire is it applicable? So moving on to our next type is the special hazard fire suppression system. So this special hazard fire suppression system is typically used in areas where facilities or assets need to be preserved or water damage would be costly. These systems work great for the aircraft hangars, chemical and power plants, data centers, museums, to name some examples. Currently, we have three types: the clean agent system, the inert gas, and then the CO2. So these are used for example, the data center where we have a series of computers. Imagine having a wet fire system with the sprinklers. So when there's fire, you activate the sprinklers instead of putting out the fire, which you successfully did, but you end up damaging the computers. So in this case, these gaseous systems are used instead. And we have the final type, which is the passive fire protection. Passive fire protection system includes compartmentalization of the overall building through the use of fire resistance or fire-rated walls and floors. Organization into smaller compartments consisting of one or more rooms or floors, or basically it's just like zoning. So limiting it is used to limit the building damage, and it is especially applicable for the hospital, as during the fire we cannot evacuate everyone, but we can only put them in zones, especially the patients. No, it will be very hard to move them horizontally or vertically. So here is one photo of the how a fire-rated wall looks like. So we have a series of the steel studs, the acoustically enhanced gypsum board. So basically, these are the components that makes a wall fire-rated. We have different kinds. We have 2 hours as well, and we have a picture of a fire-rated door. As I know all of you are aware of this. The next one would be the fire safety plan. A fire safety plan is a document that has all the necessary information about the safety procedures to be followed in the case of a fire. This plan covers the types of fires that can occur, what type of fire extinguishers will be used in which cases, which emergency routes to be followed in case of fire breakout. In addition, this plan also covers the alarm procedures for recognizing and reporting unsafe conditions, and evacuation plans. NFPA 101 Life Safety Code is the most widely used source for the strategy to protect people on the building, construction protection, and occupancy features that minimizes the effects of the fire and related hazards. Unique in the field, and it is the only document that covers life safety in both new and existing structures. This is one sample of a fire escape plan as part of the fire life safety plan. Okay, where the exits, where are you located, your location, it maps out where is your routing. These are commonly found in our offices as well, for sure. And lastly, we have a system interfaced. Fire protection system interface is it is interfaced with the fire alarm and detection system, of course, the ACMV system. So when the fire is observed, the ACMV system will shut down in order to prevent supplying air to the affected area that could aid spread the fire. And with regards to the access and the security and access control, when fire is activated, all automated doors should open to provide access. So this ends my presentation. So thank you everyone for making your time here and listening. Back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Engineer Lloyd, Christian Pineda, Mechanical Engineer and PSME IT and Publication Director. We have some questions here, Engineer, with regard to your topic. You talk about ventilation, right? So there, and especially during this time of pandemic, po, what really is the role, no? This is coming from one of our participants. What is the role of mechanical engineers with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic? May mga innovations po ba tayo or something na ngayon? Especially sa hospital po.
That is a very, very good question. So as mechanical engineer, our role is to advocate, as I discussed, I did a brief discussion earlier, is to advocate the indoor air quality. For now, even the ultraviolet filtration system will not completely eliminate the COVID-19 viruses. What we can do is a proactive approach in which we advocate the indoor air quality. Because as I said earlier, indoor air quality, if we dilute it with outdoor air, we minimize the risk of contamination. So actually, we have six strategies that we can aid use. This has been used in the US for the reopening of the schools. So we need to increase the fresh air through the mechanical ventilation, and then we need to implement the flushing process. When the areas are not occupied, we need to remove all those air. We need to increase the outdoor air through the use of operable windows. We need to place fans in the windows to exhaust the room air, and remove the airborne contaminants through filtration. So thus, we need to upgrade those filters. Usually what we have are the common filters. We have the pre-filters, we have the washable filters. So those are not hygienic filters, to be honest. So we need to upgrade all of those. And finally, install air cleaners with high efficiency particulate filters. I hope I answered the gentleman's question.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, is already also a question here, Engineer Lloyd. Ano ba ang dapat? Yes po.
Chris, Pitch,
Mhm.
just one minute.
Opo, sir.
Just want to the other mechanical engineer, they can also help answer the questions in the chat box kasi parang ang dami and we have limited time. So andi dyan yung mga experts, si Doc Ray, si Engineer Mike, sino pang andyan. So you can help as well in answering those questions para si Engineer Lloyd kung ano lang ang ma-cover natin.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Chairman. Salamat. Kasi marami pong questions actually. Maraming interested sa questions. Actually, there is a one person here who is raising her hand, Miss Rachel from United Architects of the Philippines, Qatar. Nag-raise po kayo ng hand. Yes, ma'am, Rachel Baral. All right, anyways, so while waiting for her, Sir, Engineer Lloyd, last question na lang po because ang fellow yung PSME din ay nag-answer sa live question right now with our Q&A box. So ano pong dapat appropriate na air control system, for example, sa isang lugar na dapat zero ang dust, like surgical or ICU, mga ganung bagay. That is also coming from one of our participants as well.
So as I mentioned earlier, we need to use this ultra high efficiency particulate filters for those areas, which I believe those applications are positive room. So that means we need to put in the air pressure. So the basic solution for this is we need to add those filters plus maybe some of the UV lights, as UV lights can also help in the disinfection of the ductworks. It will not totally eliminate those viruses, but it will at least help. So right now, as I was saying, it is a proactive approach as we cannot really say it.
We prevent it first before So thank you so much, Engineer Lloyd Christian Pineda. I know there are a lot of questions there with our Q&A. So because we are only on time-bounded tayo, so yun lang muna yung entertain natin, ha? And if ever may mga questions kayo, I think you can contact Engineer Lloyd or any other members of the PSME to answer your questions as well. All right. So thank you so much, Engineer Lloyd Christian Pineda. So at this point in time, let us call in the President of the Filipino Dentist Organization in Qatar, Dr. Christian Marvin de la Cruz, to award a certificate of recognition to our esteemed speaker from the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers. Dr. Christian. Dr. Christian, di po kayo narinig namin. So si Dr. Christian po ang current president ng Filipino Dentist. Hindi ko na po siya. All right, Dr.
Yes,
Christian.
good afternoon. Yeah. Thank you, Engineer Lloyd, for this very informative lecture that you presented. And as we go on, the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, or PPO-Q, Doha State of Qatar, awards this certificate of recognition to Engineer Lloyd Christian Pineda in grateful recognition and commendation for his invaluable efforts and exemplary performance as a resource speaker during the building construction interface, a multidisciplinary webinar series given this 7th day of May 2021, signed Engineer Adonis Q. Talabo, the chairman for the Philippine Professional Organization, Qatar. Congratulations and thank you for the presentation and lecture.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And that was it. Thank you so much, Engineer Lloyd, as well as Dr. Christian, for that recognition. Electrical engineers, so that would be our next topic, are responsible, sabi nila, for effective and safe management of electrical installation to achieve the uninterrupted supply and appropriate distribution of electrical power. So to know more about their roles with regard to our webinar, let us call in Engineer Rudelin S. Reyes again, IIESQC PPO-Q Second Secretary, to introduce our second or fifth speaker as a whole. Engineer Rudes.
Okay. Our next speaker is Igorot from Mount Province. He graduated from St. Louis University in Baguio City. He is a professional electrical engineer, ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, and ASEAN Engineer. He's presently the Senior Quality Control Engineer on Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation, the IIEESQC Public Relations Officer, IIEE Most Outstanding Electrical Engineer in the field of project management in 2017, and Outstanding Overseas Pinoy in the field of engineering and construction, awarded by the Philippine Embassy in Doha in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Engineer Mario M. Solang, PE ACPE ASEAN Engineer.
Good afternoon, Qatar, and good evening, Philippines. Thank you, our IIA President, Madam Rudes. And thank you po sa ating Honorable Labor Board of Trade for ever supporting our programs. Nandun siya last Friday at nandito ulit siya this Friday. Sir Pitch, nakikita po ba ang aking presentation?
Affirmative po, Engineer. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So to start with, let's watch a small video lang naman with regards to what happened before in New York and parts of Canada.
Walang audio, Mars. Mars, is it? Walang audio.
Just a moment, wala po bang audio?
Wala po.
Wala.
I think I have to share, paano ba yan? Share sound, yes.
I-click mo yung ano, Brad, nasa lower
na-share ko na
left.
pa. I'll go back.
Her own power generation
About now.
facility, the Statue of Liberty remained lit. But the tired, the poor, the huddled masses she beckoned soon became restless, agitated, and violent.
The situation here in Brownsville was described as anarchy, war, rioting.
It was terrible. I could see from my window there, everybody looting, taking furniture, everything.
So actually what we missed there is that the surgery and the medical team now is working outside of the hospital. So working with this PPO-Q hospital, ito ang kailangan nating gampanan or tugunan ng pansin. So it would not happen to our project. Moving ahead, let's see another clip of video, a short video only.
We are in the midst of what appears to be a colossal and history-making blackout.
People trapped in elevators and buildings. They have activated the emergency command center.
You're staggering, trying to take in as much information as you can.
Mayor Bloomberg's advice is to go straight home.
The subway system is down.
Ottawa is completely without power now.
The lightning-quick domino series of failures.
Gotta go to the bathroom and you can't even go nowhere.
So the bottom line of the presentations is just taking a hold that electricity now sa mga napakitang video is a very important matter. It's already become a part of our life and a most essential, same as clothing now and food. We are very dependent nowadays with the electricity. And of course, building the hospital for PPO-Q, we should build a network that must sustain a reliable power and maintain effective protocols, because having a good power would not be sufficient. Tulad ng nangyari sa New York, akala nila superpower sila pero nagkaroon pa rin sila ng blackout, right? And of course, I want to say thank you sa ating Panginoon for giving me and us the chance to meet here, our IIESQC and the PPO-Q, of course, the different utilities who have gained experience. And last but not least is our President, Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Binanggit ko yun kasi mostly pag nanonood ako sa TV ngayon is patay-bati ko sa kanya. So at least isa sa ngayon, nag-give ng positive input. All right. So our aim, if you actively participate, the questions are open whenever you want, and I will try to answer them as early as possible. So get transfer. Okay, so we have to apply for temporary kilowatt-hour meter. That's the most and basic job of the electrical engineer when it comes to building construction. And then we can proceed with the building electrical design, and of course, installation of the lighting small power for the construction, not for the building itself. Re-evaluation and guarantee of the loads given by the different disciplines. And we have to take equipment approval and do the earthing analysis, the access and coordination of the different fields, the installation works, and of course, distribution substations, the SCADA, UPS, and life safety and loss prevention. So, importante dito, as an electrical engineer, even yung part lang natin is one of the basic factors ng isang hospital is we always should have a baseline and a planning schedule. At kung mamarapatin nyo, we need to have these diamonds, tulad ng binanggit ni Sir Fred, Manong Fred. Though ang diamond natin dito, when you're preparing a planning and schedule is, of course, those are our milestone. At dito sa building construction, ang milestone, isa sa milestone ng electrical engineer is the access of the room or the room readiness. All right, so first job natin, punta tayo kay Meralco. Since our project is based in Bacoor, si Meralco ang nagmamay-ari ng utility. Of course, fill up tayo ng application form with all the requirements coming from the owner, the PPO-Q. And mag-fill up na rin tayo ng refund deposit. And to explain to our client PPO-Q that lahat ng babayaran may ibabalik naman. Hindi lahat ibibigay kay Meralco, since this is only a temporary meter. And of course, we are going to explain also to our client that since we are going to practice solar panels, which is part of our green building, meron tayong sinasabing net metering. At ang net metering is like a buyback scheme with regards to the consumption of power. Kung tignan nyo dito, example, ito yung cost of energy on the left. So ito yung produced power naman ng ating solar. So meron siyang bawas doon sa cost. So it means that babawasan nating babayaran on a monthly basis. However, what if our solar panels develop more than our import energy? So, ibig sabihin, si Meralco ngayon ang magbabayad sa atin. And while processing the temporary meter application, Of course, we need to work on Meralco with our transformer. This is the heart of our electrical system. Sa rating, of course, sa make, and kung meron silang in-offer na buyback. Just like on the net metering, Bineco, that is Baguio Electric Cooperative, there was a time na nagkaroon ng buyback system, which is a very beneficial sa mga private institutions who are going to buy transformers from the local utility. So the local utility will provide you the transformer, and on a monthly basis, they are going to deduct portion of the amount that you paid from them in payment dun sa initial capital mo dun sa transformer. So lamang ka, di ba? So all of these things, we need to check with Meralco. All right? And of course, kausapin din natin sila sa rental. Kasi sa site, kailangan din natin ng power. And initially, nabigay na location in Bacoor, walang malapit na pagkakabitan ng metro. So we need to rent our own transformer as well. Otherwise, our neighbors near the construction might complain if welding works or any motors required for the construction, that would affect their system. Now, the initial work is, of course, the civil will go, or the other disciplines. But while the other disciplines are working, sa ating namang electrical, we do the earthing and lightning analysis. Diba? So sukat natin yung earth resistivity. And these are the tools that we are going to use when measuring the earth resistivity. So dun tayo mag-umpisa as an electrical engineer. This is one of the design that is actually missed in the Philippines, and which they don't usually practice, yung earthing and lightning. Maybe in high-rise buildings in Manila, it might have been already a requirement, but as far as the building permit is concerned, hindi ito naka-mention yung earthing and lightning. So dun sa design, kung tignan natin, naka-focus lang lahat sa load. Ito po siya. So mostly, pag electrical ang sinasabi, kailangan i-gather mo yung load. Ano ba yung mga load? Ano yung duty cycle? When will this load be used? Saan siya, particularly in the building? And of course, you need to validate. You need to validate kung itong mga load is still required. Because during construction, many things happen. May pagbabago si client na, okay, hindi na pala sa second floor ang ICU, sa ground floor na pala. Or instead of buying such equipment, we change and we buy another type of equipment. May have different ratings on the first equipment. All right. So, wag tayong pahuli as electrical in the building permit. So, all disciplines requires some designs and drawings to be submitted para ma-approve ang ating building permit. So, sa ating electrical, wag nating pakuni dyan. We need to submit. And if the building permits are completed, of course, we need to have a design for construction also. This is not a requirement for the building permit, but I would suggest that we would have, because this PPO-Q building or hospital is one of a kind at hindi lahat may experience ng ganito. So para madali sa mga mag-install, sa mga kasama nating RME and technicians, is that we would provide them drawings for them to easily install and check the accessories and the cables that they are going to install. So ang pinaka-importante rin, which is here in Qatar, not usually practiced as well, is magkaroon tayo ng builder's coordination drawing. It depends. The architecture can do it, the civil can do it, the mechanical can do it as well, the electrical can do it. Whoever actually who is knowledgeable with Revit can do this builder's coordination drawing. Or pwede na rin yata sa AutoCAD, lagyan mo na lang ng different colors. So this is what I'm trying to tell. We need to have the builder's coordination drawing para hindi tayo mag-clashes when we are entering the room to install our different type of disciplines or services sa hospital. Okay? So sa amin sa electrical, normal practice sa atin is to compute the loads. So we give the load calculation, we give the load schedule here on the right. And of course, we need to have all calculations, have references. At sa atin sa Pilipinas is PC. Hindi na po PC 2009, this is just an example. Na-update na po ito, right? Now, sa bagong requirement naman ng designs sa electrical is that there's a memorandum 2015 given by the Department of Public Works and Highways na nagmamandate sila for us electrical engineers to calculate short circuit and voltage drop. So ito ang bago na kailangan nating provide. And this is also adopted by the city of Bacoor, which in here, they require also a short circuit and a voltage drop. Ang question lang sa Bacoor is that they mention a limitation of 200 amperes load and above as main circuit breaker. So wala namang minandato si DPWH, pero si Bacoor nagmandato sila. Okay? So bakit nga ba short circuit ang ni-require? This is one that you need to actually inform DPWH that it should be the protection coordination that should be required and not the short circuit. Why? Because the protection coordination, ito po siya, is more important so that kung may tripping ka, assuming sa second floor, na kung saan yung second floor mo nakakonect sa first floor, hindi dapat magti-trip yung first floor mo. Dapat ang mag-trip dun sa yung breaker na nearest sa fault. Diba? At ang short circuit na nag-cause ng trip is a requirement sa protection coordination. So if you mandate the developers to have the protection coordination, it means that he is mandated as well to calculate the short circuit. So, ano nga ba? More analysis and calculations? Will it mean more problem to the electrical engineer? Answeran natin yan later. So, normally also, nagbibigay din tayo ng SLD, yung single line diagram as a requirement for the building permit. Ang tinutukoy nila dito na short circuit is that we need to calculate itong mga short circuit on different areas of our single line diagram or different areas ng building. Diba? Kasi if the normal practice before, maski na nung bago pa ako mag-abroad, is si Koten. Kilala si I'm not against Koten kasi nag-upgrade na rin ako ni si Koten. Pero at that time, ang ginagawa lang natin is, we have our single line diagram, such as this. Okay, we provide a breaker. The main breaker is 60 amperes. Tapos may sub-breaker siya, 50 amperes. Tapos sa baba, 30. So, ang tingin natin, coordinated na siya. Diba? Pero hindi. Kasi most of the breakers back then is thermal lang. Ibig sabihin, heat-dependent lang siya. Pag heat-dependent lang siya, magti-trigger lang siya pag na-overload. Pero pag may short circuit, hindi siya mag-trigger. So lagi sinasabi pag may sunog, faulty electrical wiring. The next that the DPWH is asking is about the voltage drop calculation. So ito siya, kailangan nating malaman na yung dulo ng ating linya is supplying the correct voltage. So, kakalculate natin yan. Bakit? Because in proportion, hindi proportionate kasi ang current and voltage. So the lower your voltage, it means the higher yung current. So kung bumababa yung voltahe natin, tumataas yung current, ibig sabihin umiinit yung conductor. So yan na naman ang pwedeng cause ng fire. And of course, pag nagde-design tayo ng equipment, ratings, as sinabi rin ng ating mga previous colleagues, na kailangan nating kunin yung temperature and humidity at the site of installation. Kasi kailangan yung mga equipment na install natin is it can handle the heat and the relative humidity on the particular part of installation. And of course, sabi rin nila, and the same thing, is kailangan natin alamin kung saan yung lugar. So the area which was chosen by our client is in Bacoor, Cavite. Okay, medyo malayo siya sa sea, but hindi ibig sabihin na hindi siya coastal. Kasi yung sea air, sea breeze, meron pa rin effect yan sa ating mga equipment. So yung design natin, kailangan i-design natin as per coastal para maging safer. This is what I was trying to explain, yung design construction. Kasi hindi required ng building permit, hindi ibig sabihin na we are not supposed to do. We need this one, to guide our RME, as I mentioned earlier, especially sa earthing and lightning. Dito po, wala masyado ito sa atin. So we need to guide them on the proper accessories, the proper method of installation. And ang pinopose din natin sa ating hospital is a 5-wire with separate neutral and earth. So ito siya, diba? So ito yung neutral, ito yung ground. This is not also a usual practice sa atin. Normally sa atin, meron lang tayong line to line or line to ground. So our team of electricals might not be aware of how to install such things. All right. So kung natapos na tayo sa design, we have to go back to the site. And of course, sa electrical, we need to prepare now doon sa temporary meter. Anong kailangan nating prepare? Prepare natin yung mga distribution boxes, of course, and circuit breakers. Prepare natin yung meter box because ang Meralco, install lang nila ang metro. Ilang ang trabaho nila dyan. At of course, isi-seal nila yan. And we need to work also in providing a temporary generator. Hindi dapat mawalan ng power ang ating building construction. Alright? Kasi importante yan para sa perimeter lighting. Assuming na nawalan ang normal power. Now, our design and our request with Meralco is for them to provide 2 utility. Okay? So magbibigay sila ng dalawang source, isang generator. Yan yung sa labas ng ating building. Sa loob naman, depende sa criticality ng ating system or ng room, doon tayo maglalagay ng separate UPS para doon. Why? Kasi mostly, pag nawalan ng power ang utility, meron pa ring certain milliseconds bago mag-start si generator. Kahit na may nagsasabi ng ATS, automatic yan. Yung sequencing niya, hindi pa rin ganun. Wala pa rin ganun kaganda ngayon. Meron pa rin yan na different na difference. Hindi niya agad-agad bigay power. That's where UPS comes in. Right? At of course, sinuggest din natin na magkaroon tayo ng solar doon sa outside parking. And of course, some part of the building, depende sa design ni architect. Maglalagay din tayo dyan. And of course, depende din dyan kung saan yung array ng sun. Right? Sa loob naman ng ating hospital, we have to know what is the non-essential or let's say the normal load. We need to know also the life safety branch. At of course, si critical branch. Actually, almost the same lang si life safety branch and critical branch. Pulot dulo, ito po ang kailangan nating ma-attain. So we requested Meralco to provide 2 sources, di po ba? And primary metering, the transformers, depende kung magbigay si Meralco ng buyback at okay yung price niya, bibili tayo sa kanya. If not, of course, we need to outsource outside, but with the approval of Meralco. And balik tayo sa control room, meron din tayong generator, and si solar papasok sa control room. So all type of power, whether normal from Meralco, galing kay generator or kay solar, papasok siya sa ating control room. So ito located outside of the hospital. Nagpasok ng power, so meron tayong distribution board sa normal, meron tayong distribution board kay critical. Depende sa equipment or sa room itself, maglalagay tayo ng UPS. So sasabihin ni PPO-Q client yan. And we need now to finalize our load analysis. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na kailangan natin malaman yung duty cycle. Kasi depende sa medical equipment, tansya lang ba? Ano yung usual hours na gagamitin? Or kahit na anong average hours na magagamit? So those questions should be answered by our client. Sa ating kasamahan din sa mechanical, of course, air compressor nila, sa FPS, HVAC, they have to give us also those details. All right? And sa site, maski maliit lang yung function ng electrical, gagawin pa rin natin yung site establishment because we will have a lot of equipment coming in. Kahit na konti lang yung tao na required, kailangan nating bantayan ang ating mga equipment, especially kung yung mga UPS, chargers, batteries will come in, kailangan nakalagay siya doon sa safe storage. So by this time, dapat may approval na lahat ng ating equipment, especially the transformer, kung hindi natin bibilhin kay Meralco. Kasi hindi habang buhay ng project na magre-rent tayo kay Meralco. So, nakapag-excavate na si civil. Ano naman ang gagawin ni electrical? Lagay na natin yung mga grounding natin. Huwag natin kalimutan kasi baka mamaya maglagay na siya ng rough foundation, hindi natin nalagay ito, then we have to go again for another design and another analysis. Alright, so naglagay na si civil ng rough foundation at saka waterproofing. Gawin naman electrical, riser. Okay, doon tayo sa riser. So, ibig sabihin, coordinated with civil, habang nag-progress si civil, binabantayan din ni electrical. At ito ang unang binabantayan natin as electrical engineers. Ito yung main earth natin, di ba? So, ang main earth is we have all the equipment earthing to be attached as one. The lightning also designed to be attached as one. And clean earth. Kung i-require ni electronics, magkakaroon siya ng clean earth. Now, all of this earthing, lahat ng earthing na to, ang connection lang nila dito sa ground. Hindi sila pwedeng mag-connect in between, inside rooms or anything. And of course, since meron tayong helipad, hindi na natin kailangan si air rod because the helipad provider, I assure that will be all metal. So siya na mismo ang pwede nating gamitin as air rod for lightning strikes. All right. So si civil nagpo-progress, nasa wall na siya. Ang binabantayan natin is ang mga openings naman. Malay natin on the east side or the north side for the wall, kailangan natin mga electrical openings. So we need to ensure bago siya mag-cast ng cement, we need to ensure na meron tayong opening in the form of ducts or any type of opening. Of course, iwasan natin yung ganitong type naman. Kung sa drawing is, ito paano, isentro mo. Yun lang ang ibig sabihin yan. And Pag sa flooring naman, ganun din, like the wall, possible na mayroon din tayong mga openings. Especially dito, request ko na meron tayong electrical shaft. So, meron tayong opening on each floor kung saan doon dadaan lahat ng riser ng electrical. Ito siya. Right? And on other areas, ang design natin is pinakamaganda para fire protected din. Of course, embedded siya sa concrete. At ano ang importante sa mga electrical engineers natin at saka sa mga RME? Kung nagle-layout kayo ng ating mga cables or pipes for the cables. Ito po siya. So ito yung cross-sectional area ng cables. Ito marami ang hindi nakakaalam. So meron kang certain load for each of the cable. So example, ang normal na ginagamit natin, itong 1.5, this is like yung 14 gauge. At ang 2.5, ito yung parang number 12 sa American gauge. So meron silang mga maximum currents. Assuming ang 1.5 ang maximum current ang gamitin mo is 20 with a minimum distance of sabihin na natin 25. So ibig sabihin, kung yung distance mo is lumalayo, ibig sabihin, yung current carrying capacity din ng kable is, of course, bumababa. So dyan din nagkakaroon ng fire. Kasi siguro si engineer, nung drino niya yung design niya, sa tingin niya malapit lang. Nung in-install na ni kasamang RME or electrician, inikot naman niya yung wire. So yun na yung sinasabi natin na hindi na capable yung wire doon sa load. Tapos at the end of the circuit, may octopus connection pa. Okay, so sunog na. Alright, ang pinaglalabanan ng lahat ng discipline, access and room readiness. Ito yung isang diamond ng lahat ng almost lahat ng building services discipline. Bakit? Kasi pag nagsabi si civil, okay, yung first floor, room 1 to 3, pwede nang pasukin. Sino ang mauna? Which building services would work first? Would it be fire, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, telecom, gas, hanggang doon, and many more. So of course, mauunahan kasi kung ikaw nauna ka na nilagay mo yung system mo, ang mag-a-adjust na yung susunod. Yun yung mentality. Diba? Pero hindi nga. Kasi meron tayong builders coordination drawing and as per experience sa akin, pinapauna ko dyan si HVAC. Bakit? On a practical point of view, siya ang pinakamalaki at hindi madaling i-divert. Diba? Sa amin sa electrical, okay lang. Kasi i-bend mo lang si pipe. Okay lang yan. Si fire naman medyo hindi siya because when you bend pipes, of course, there are calculations that needs to be done. So hindi rin siya madali. So it's either si HVAC or si fire muna ang paunahin. Right? So doon tayo pumapasok ngayon sa coordination. Okay, typically, pag nabigay yung mga access, of course, sa electrical, ito yung sinasabi ko, bakit kami kailangan may shaft? On each floor, meron kaming maliit na electrical room, right? Where our circuit breakers are installed. So tignan nyo to. Color-coded din siya. The orange or red being critical. And of course, the gray being the normal or din ang essential. So typical na yan. Habang umaakyat yung building, nagagawa, sumusunod din ang electrical to install such things. Okay, ito ang isang example din kung saan nandun yung mga risers of the electrical. Okay, electrical shaft. Of course, balikan natin yung ating builder's coordination drawing to avoid clashes, di ba? Yan yung sinabi rin ni Manong Fred kanina. At ang isa na ambag ko dito sa Qatar kasi sa substations namin talaga hindi maiwasan. Ang gulo nila, ang dami nilang clashes. So ang ginawa ko, bago pumasok any of the building services, kailangan muna nilang maglagay ng marking. Magmarkahan muna sila. Example, dito sa illustration ko, dito, yung red is yung sa electrical, sa lighting and small power, at ito naman sa pipings yung blue. So they have to mark first the ceiling or the walls. And those markings to be approved by the consultant. And then we will decide who will go first. Kasi kahit na sinasabi rin naman natin sa HVAC dapat, hindi pa approved si HVAC. So hindi rin naman natin pwedeng hantayin. So kung approved na si firefighting, okay, firefighting mauna. Pero with the markings, at least we check and somehow we mitigate kung merong mga clashes. All right. And isa rin na tinabag ko rin dito is yung markups. Kasi typical naman yung mga installation eh. So, ibig sabihin, magkaroon ka lang ng isang magandang installed device. At yun na yung magiging trend sa mga susunod pa na story. Kung the same device ang gagamitin nila. So yun ang ginawa ko, mayroon kaming mock-up on different installations. At example, si electrician o si engineer, hindi siya masyadong marunong. Sa drawings, hindi rin masyado clear. Pwede niyang balikan lang yung mock-up. Okay, so ganun pala ang installation nun. And of course, i-reject mo rin yung wrong. Tulad nito. Okay, bakit wrong? Because the jointing and termination ng wires kailangan mo ng sufficient length. Huwag kang mag-cut ng wire exactly doon sa kung saan mo install. Assuming nagbago yan ng kahit nasabihin nating 1 feet or 30 centimeter. Wala na yung wire, di ba? And we don't allow joints also. So, as part of the electrical engineer, kailangan natin i-present din kay PPO-Q, our client, kung ano ang accomplishment natin and of course, kung paano tayo maningil, invoice, our invoice. So dito, ipapakita natin yung plan and actual. So dito siya, actual and plan. Kung ganito ang ating chart, it would mean a very, very good chart. Kahit paano, 95% na susunod natin yung gusto natin as per the plan. And we requested them an invoice of a net 10 type of invoice. At ito naman invoice is the actual that we receive. So dito, nagbibigay tayo ng invoice, ito nare-receive natin. And kahit naman paano is they are paying us on time. So kailangan gawin din natin yung trabaho natin as per plan. Alright, paano kung ganito na ang nangyayari sa accomplishment natin? Diba? So of course, di matutuwa si client, baka tawagin niya tayong alligator. Hindi naman yung tayo ay buhaya sa trabaho o buhaya sa pera. Pero yung chart natin kasi parang alligator na. So iwasan natin yan. So anong solution? The solution that we need to do, we need to give our client the recovery plan. Or pwede nating sisihin si civil, sabihin natin, hindi nagbibigay ng access si civil eh. Hindi, joke only, Manong Nilo. Alright, so nagpo-progreso na yung building. Kailangan asikasuhin natin yung substation. Actually, in parallel, dapat ginagawa natin to kasi hanggat hindi natin natatapos ang substation, yung nirent natin na transformer at yung binabayaran natin sa temporary metering, nandyan pa rin siya. So ito yung substation. So ang transformer, kailangan approve, ready na dapat yan to be installed. Initially, ito yung picture na kinuha ko, assuming na kukunin natin kay Meralco para wala nang problema. Of course, our main LBAC, ayan, ang ating SCADA. SCADA means supervisory, control, and data acquisition. So lahat yan, kinokontrol niya. Pwede nating dito, gamitin mo yung cursor ng SCADA. On the monitor itself, pwede mong i-open, pwede mong i-close yung mga circuits na gusto mong i-control. Not only for the electrical, but for the other fields and discipline also. Madali na lang siya ngayon, madali lang siya ngayon because of the RTUs. Nung na-develop yung RTU, madali na lang mag-automate ng system. Yung iba, ang ginagamit pa rin nila is PLC. But I would prefer RTU kasi mas maganda siya for coastal environment. And of course, since meron tayong bank of solars, magkakaroon din tayo ng bank of batteries. Sayang naman, hindi natin magamit yung solar pag sa umaga lang. Usually, hindi naman masyadong nagagamit. So, we need to recharge our batteries for evening use. Ang kailangan lang naman natin dyan is battery banks and of course, inverter. And yung generator natin. So ito yung kabuuan ng ating substation. So kailangan nating i-protect. Yung gray will be concrete. So request natin kay Civil, gawa niya tayo ng concrete design ng ating substation. Of course, fireproof. At ang ating plinth sa ating transformers, the dotted lines are gravels. Gravels yan. Kasi kung worst scenario, may pumutok at nag-leak ng oil, of course, yung oil papasok siya sa gravel. May containment din siya sa loob. Yan yung basic aspect niyan. Ang black will be a fence. Magkakaroon pa rin tayo ng fence. And yung green is yung kanina rin, yung earthing natin. Alright, SCADA. Bakit natin kailangan si SCADA? To control, of course, yung systems natin. Especially dito hospital, ang daming system na involved. Okay, nandyan yung sinabi rin kanina ni mechanical, yung mga gas cylinders, so it may have a different system. So pwede nating supervise yan, pwede nating i-control through SCADA and RTU. And compressed air source. Po yan. And kung high-tech ang laboratory natin. So it may have a a special electrical requirements. Sa atin din nating pharmacy. And yung request ng ating PPO-Q client is paano nga ba ngayong COVID? Ayaw kong mag-touch ng doors. Gusto ko kung pwede is by wave of a hand or by control of something else. Aside from touching, so yung mga doors natin magnetic, pwede natin gawin yan. At ang isang pinaka-importante is yung line isolation monitor. Ito is nilalagay sa ICU or sa important parts ng ating hospital para ma-monitor the room integrity when it comes to hazard currents. So leakage current ang sinusukat nito. At of course ito, binabato rin niya doon sa SCADA. So masasabi, on-site makikita ng doktor kung yung room ba na papasukin niya is free or is hazard-free ng leakage current. So either pwede siyang mag-conduct ng operation or anything. And of course, the area alarm panel. By the way, these photos have been taken from NFPA 99 and the IEEE White Book. At isa rin na kinokontrol at tinitignan ni SCADA, of course, will be our helipad. So, ipokontrol niya yung lightings. Ngayon, sa UPS naman, at binanggit natin earlier, is depende. Because UPS is a small, parang carton lang siya. And filled with batteries also. And depende yan, kung ito ang nasabi natin na important room, dun lang siya may lalagay. Connected dun sa electrical shock, of course. Okay, green building. So there's a lot of ways na magkaroon tayo ng green building. At ang naisuggest natin sa ating client is, nasabi natin kanina, we're going to have a solar panels. We're going to have LED lightings. And through SCADA and mechanical sensors, yung mga lighting natin pwede nating baguhin. Depende sa usage. Right? Ngayon, sa life safety and loss prevention naman. Ito pwede ring gawin ng kahit na kaninong discipline as long na he will take the the requirements of NFPA. So dito, ang binabanggit niyo po dito is dapat magkaroon ka ng fire smoke barrier, and sa binanggit kanina ni mechanical is yung exit, di ba? Yung fire exit, paano kung saan tatakbo. Ang life safety naman, ang binabanggit naman niya is yung fire department entry. Saan papasok naman yung fire department. So okay, another part of life safety is yung exit. And another part na binabanggit din ng NFPA is yung entrance ng fire department. So importante sa life and safety yung ingress and egress. Okay, yung daanan. So solution na binanggit natin is pwede tayong maglagay assuming na all things failed. Nag-fail ang utility, nag-fail si generator, wala nang backup si solar, ubos na si battery. Dapat meron pa rin tayong form of illumination para malaman during time of pandemic kung saan tatakbo ang mga tao. And we need to have markings. Kung during construction, meron tayong markings para ma-avoid o ma-mitigate ang clashes. Sa paglagay ng mga equipments, kailangan din may markings. Kasi kung hindi mo lagyan yan, pwede na lang iparada kung saan-saan yung ating mga equipment or medical devices sa hospital. And the basic ones that we are usually practicing, of course, we need to have the exit signages. And kung kailangan tayong gumamit ng extension cord, it should be properly protected. Sa hospital, ang daming mga wheeled na mga equipment. So, kailangan protected yung kable natin at yung equipment din mismo na kung saan dadaan sa kable. Okay. Siguro may nagtatanong ano ang pwedeng contribute ng electrical. Nabanggit na rin kanina ni mechanical ito, yung UV lighting. So ang problema lang sa UV lighting, it should be there for quite some time para talagang ma-disinfect niya yung area. So ang mangyayari dyan, on areas na wala na yung tao, kasi of course UV lighting, long exposure to it will be unsafe to human beings. So kung wala na yung tao, dyan lang mag-on yung UV lighting to disinfect the area kung saan man ng ating kliyente gusto i-install. And ang advice din namin sa kliyente, kung bibili siya ng kanyang equipment, kailangan tingnan niya lagi itong symbol na to. It means double insulation sa mga appliances. Ito is protection sa mga surges, lightning, and any type of voltage surge. So sa hospital, kailangan natin ng grounding point. Yung protection natin, kailangan GFCI, although ang GFCI is the old type na. Napapalitan na ang GFCI sa RCD. Later on, napapakita ko sa susunod na illustration. Of course, pag meron tayo mga special equipment, would require special receptacles. And tulong din natin sa ating client, hindi lang natin i-install ang ating mga equipment, but we will help them to build a good checklist ng kailangan nilang gawin sa ating electrical system. Aside from training, of course, kasama na yan, pero bigyan din natin sila ng documents for them to use. Right? Like maintenance guides. All right? And to further know bakit tayo nagkakaroon ng mga surges is that we have different types. Tulad ng binanggit ko kanina, we have the lightning. Yung switching over voltages is normally coming from the utility like Meralco, or kung hindi man yung utility, yung main grid natin. Kasi syempre kung ang main grid natin ang mismong nag-blackout, si Napocor, I'm talking about Napocor, at doon nakakonect si Meralco, of course, blackout din si Meralco. Ngayon, kung nag-switch si Meralco or nag-switch si Napocor, doon malaki ang effect sa mga residential houses. Kaya kung malalaman nyo, yung mga parents, yung parent ko noon, o mga parents natin noon, di ba, kung nag-blackout, tatanggalin yung saksakan ng TV, tatanggalin yung saksakan ng ref. Kasi tama nga, pagbalik, mataas na voltahe. And our appliances before are not multi-volts. Isang single volt lang siya. 220 volts. Siguro plus or minus 5 or 10% lang. Ngayon, maganda na yung mga appliances natin kasi variable na yung volts. Alright? Yung temporary over voltages naman is ito yung sa system natin. Assuming yung kapitbahay mo nagwe-welding siya o may malaki siyang motor. Ito naman ang pwedeng temporary over voltages. Alright, so ito yung gusto nating makita sa hospital. Diba? Napakaganda yung mga installations, at kung tingnan natin, ito yung sinasabi natin na essential and non-essential, or normal and critical. Yung critical yung red. At ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina na itong next. Ito yung RCD. In replace dun sa GFCI. Kasi ang RCD hindi niya kailangan ng earthing return. Pero kailangan pa rin natin ng earthing return dito po sa surge protection. Ito naman, red na to, is to protect from lightning at kung any other surges coming from utility. Ito naman ang purpose niya. Maski yung basement. So what our team decided is to install, of course, socket outlets sa labas. Para in times of crisis like this or pandemic, meron na tayong readily available. Hindi yung kailangan mag-layout ka pa ng lines, which is very dangerous at times. Alright. Isa rin ito sa tanong nila. Ayaw kong mag-push ng button ng lift. May mga bagong innovation ngayon. And of course, through our SCADA system, pwede naming i-online yung mga employee lang ba na may access dun sa certain room or sa certain area to use their mobile to operate the lift or to open the door. At sa life and safety and loss prevention, wag natin kalimutan yung mga naunang diskarte noong unang panahon. Like the use of two-way radio. Because when all things fail, wala kang telecommunication and anything, ito lang talaga ang maasahan. Two-way radio. Of course, yung mga emergency lights natin. At 3, megaphone. And of course, sabi nga ng ating Honorable Lebortache, kailangan nating i-impart yung knowledge. So let me end my presentation by telling gaining knowledge is the first step to wisdom. Sharing it is the first step to humanity. Yun lang po, and thank you. Back to you, Sir Pitch.
Yes, of course. Thank you po so much, Engineer Marion Solang. We really learned something from what you have. Okay. Ang ano ko lang po, ang tawag doon, ang nasa isip ko lang kasi when it comes to medical or healthcare, nakikita ko kasi dati na remember ko pa yung sinabi sa amin na yung pacemaker ba it was introduced in the healthcare. For example, in the US, it was introduced mga 1960s, mga ganong year. So it uses the battery, and yun pong nakikita ko na nung una, yun talagang una kong naisip with regard to electrical actually. Okay, so question lang po saan po tayo kumukuha dito ng supply for supply ng electricity dito sa Qatar? Saan po galing ang source na yan?
Ang source natin is dito, ang form of generation natin dito is sea. So double type of generation ang nangyayari yan. Sinusunog natin o nagpo-produce tayo ng clean water, and from the heat of producing that clean water, yun ang ginagamit naman natin as to create electricity. So yan yung basic natin. Aside from that, meron na kaming project sa Karama na solar. So meron na tayong major solar areas. Mas malaki dun sa present ko kanina. So yun
dito sa Qatar.
Dito sa Qatar. Dito sa Qatar yan. So yun na yung next na step ng Qatar. Pumupunta na sila sa tinatawag natin na renewable energy.
Okay, I see. But in the future po ba, is it possible magkaroon ng lunar energy? Is it possible? May ganun po ba?
Wala pa. It's the first time for me to hear from you.
Okay.
Maganda yan kung meron.
Thank you. So looking forward to that as well. Para at least gabi magamit din. All right. Anyways, I think there's someone raising his hand. Let us call Miss Arlan Beltran. Are you there? Or baka napindot lang siguro yung tawag dun, yung raise hand button. Anyways, thank you so much, Engineer, for yes, nandito po pala siya. Yes po, you have a question.
Sir, one quick question lang. Sa approval po ng design natin, or let's say sa Karama submittal natin, normally po ba between TCL and MDL, ilang percent po ba ng MDL through TCL ay na-approve? Hanggang ilang percent? Kaya po ba hanggang 90%?
Actually sir, sa design yan, binago na namin yung Karama regulation. Doon sa old, tama ka, may certain percentages. Doon sa new, wala na siyang percentage. Pero you have to go doon sa Karama Wiring Regulation 2016 sa pag-calculate mo ng MDL. So depende sa type of load mo, pwedeng 70%, pwedeng 80%. Basta importante, tugma ka doon sa requirement nung 2016, i-approve yan ng Karama.
Isang quick follow-up question lang, sir. Let's say approve ka na, let's say ang TCL mo is 300 kilowatts, ang MDL mo is 273 kilowatts. You found out that the actual installation, gaya ng sinasabi niyo kanina doon sa presentation, akmang-akma yung presentation niyo ngayon tawag na ito. Ang design is 300 square millimeter ang cable na ang cable natin 2 pieces na 300 square millimeter, pero ang naka-install sa site dalawang 240. Based doon sa calculation natin, sa normal calculation natin sa electrical engineering, calculation of load between amperes and kilowatts, pwede naman yung 240. Pwede ba nating i-apply sa Karama yon na i-as-built na lang natin for approval?
Kung ang pinag-uusapan natin is building permit?
Ang pinag-uusapan natin, sir, yung design approve, submittal ng consultant sa Karama, ang approve is 300 square milli na dalawang kable. Pero ang actual site installation is dalawang 240. Pag kinalculate mo naman yung capacity ng 240 in terms of kilowatts, pasok naman tayo sa 273 kilowatts. Ngayon, sir, ang tanong natin pwede ba tayo magpa-re-approve uli ng 240 after nung approval ng 300?
Pwede naman yan. Kaya lang, depende yan sa contract ninyo. Sa Karama kasi, ang titignan lang namin is yung safety ng installation. So, kung na-produce mo na safety within the limits, i-approve namin yan. Kaya lang, ang question dyan is yung contract mo naman dun sa owner.
Sa owner, oo.
Oo, based sa contract mo, 300 na yung agreement mo eh.
Hindi,
Pero
wala pa
sa
naman po.
Karama, sa as-built, hindi namin sa totoo lang pinapakialaman yan. Kasi may boundary kami eh. Ang boundary lang namin is up to doon sa main LV panel ng customer. So yun lang. At doon sa main LV panel, meron kaming minimum sizes. So assuming na yung minimum size namin dyan is nagkataon pa rin na 240, pasok ka. Pero kung ang minimum sizes namin dyan is 300, hindi mo pwedeng baguhin yan kahit na mababa ang load mo.
Actually sir, ang minimum size nyo talaga is isang 400 square milli, 4-core na 400 square milli for example. Pero dahil alam mo naman pag 400 square milli, siguro 5 to 6 meter para mag-bend tayo sa mga structural natin. Magko-coring tayo no, napakahirap i-bend. We propose na dalawang 240 which is higher than 400, pero yung consultant ang pinasok niya dalawang 300, yun yung naging issue ko. Yun lang sir, kaya natatanong ko yung 240 saka 300.
Oo sir, sige.
Gets ko sir,
Okay.
gets ko.
Yeah.
Maraming salamat po sir, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Arlan Beltran. Thank you for raising that question. And of course, maraming salamat din kay Engineer Marion M. Solang for gracing us in this event. Thank you po, Sir Engineer. Isa po siyang Senior Quality Control Engineer. So at this point, the President of the Integrated Philippine Association of Optometrists, President Dr. Jane Cecil Cadag, will cite the certificate of recognition for our fifth speaker, Engineer Marion M. Solang. Dr.
Yes,
Jane.
good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Engineer. That was very informative. Now, Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, PPO-Q, awards the Certificate of Recognition to Engineer Mario M. Solang in grateful recognition and commendation for his invaluable efforts and exemplary performance as a resource speaker during the Building Construction Interface Multidisciplinary webinar series given this 7th of May 2021 by Engineer Adonis Q. Talabo, our chairman. Thank you.
And there we go. Congratulations. Well, yes, congratulations, Engineer Solang. Thank you. And of course, Dr. Jane as well. Thank you for bringing this up. Okay, so we're about to isa na lang na speaker yung inintay natin. And I know much of us have gathered so much information with today's activity. I, as a nurse, healthcare practitioner, and of course other participants dito na in the healthcare field and other fields of engineering have learned a lot today. But of course, we need to take a break. Okay? Kahit ngayong mga equipment natin, minsan pinapahinga din natin. So we also need to take a break. And we'll be back after some intermissions. Siguro mga after 10 minutes. All right. Wag i-off ha. Babalik tayo. Thank you.
Yung yung certificates pala, the link will be shared later.
Kevin, ang ganda ng video mo.
Ano, Brad?
Ang ganda ng video mo.
Nakilala ng mundo, katapangan mo at kabutihan ng iyong puso. Ipagpatuloy mo, adikain ng mga bayaning nagbuwis ng buhay para sa iyo. Muling buhay ng alab at ningas ng pag-ibig mo. Iwagayway pandilang sa kisag ng dangal ng tapang at ng kalayaan mo. Ipakita sa mundo ang diwang makapayang nasa puso't isip mo. Ika'y isang lahing pinagpala ng may kapal. Katatagan at tapang mo'y inubog ng kasaysayan. Sa katapatan mo, karangalan ng iyong lipin ay itatanghal. Kahit saan pa man, taas noo kang hahakbang. Pilipino ka, huwaran ng paglilingkod. Sa mundo'y siyang kapal. Saan mang panig ng mundo, laging natangking galing mo at talino. At pinatunayan mo sa bayani at pagkakaisay, makakamtang lahat pangarap mo. Muling buhayin ang alab at ningas ng pag-ibig mo. Iwagayway pandilang sa kisag ng dangal ng tapang at ang kalayaan mo. Ipakita sa mundo ang diwang makapayang nasa puso't
All right. So welcome back to the second and final session of our Building Construction Interface, a multidisciplinary webinar series brought to you by the Philippine Professional Organization in Qatar. Okay, so we have learned about the different engineering fields, like, for example, on the electrical side as well as on the mechanical side. Okay, so at this moment, before I introduce to you our last speaker for today, may I remind everyone that the Google form link, or the link that will be used for your details for your certificate, will be sent in the chat box later before the end of our activity. So that's abangan po natin yan. Okay, so let's proceed. Innovations in information and communications technology, na sabi niyo kanina, are redefining medical processes in Qatar, from patient registration to data monitoring and even lab tests to self-care tools na ginagamit natin sa phone, kahit sa tablet natin or any gadgets. The technology, apart from sharing information, provides help even in diagnostics, management, counseling, and even education like this, and at any other kinds of innovations. And to know more about this, okay, so our next speaker, our last and next speaker, will be tackling on this kind of topics. And to know more, let me welcome to you the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Qatar Governor, Engineer Kensley Armon Manesi, to introduce our final speaker.
Hello. Thank you, Press Speech, for that. Our last and but not the least, the speaker is an experienced electronics engineer specializing in the field of IT systems engineering. He is a licensed professional electronics engineer and graduated cum laude in the University of San Jose Recoletos, USJR in Cebu, as an ECE last April 2013. Currently holds several IT certifications from different IT vendors and institutions alike. He started practicing in the field of IT with various companies in the Philippines. Firstly, as a technical engineer with Mactan South Bend Technologies Incorporated, then as an IT analyst for ITMC for Help Desk and Computer Operations Center with International Bank Exchange Banking. He then moved to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to work with Systems Network Company Ltd from 2008 to 2013 as a systems engineer engaged in delivering several key projects for Saudi Armed Forces projects with British Aerospace Engineering System. While in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, he also an active IT volunteer instructor with Cosmophil Riyadh, Filipino IT organization in KSA from 2011 to 2013. When he moved to Doha, Qatar, he was with Johnson's Control from 2013 to 2018, where he was the systems project engineer involved in delivering turnkey special airport systems for Hamad International Airport from 2013 to 2015. When he was with Thales Gulf from 2018 to 2020, he was leading the deployment and commissioning of Thales video systems, which includes various video analytics of more than 12,000 cameras and implementation of around 70 petabytes of cumulative recording storage systems. Currently holding the position of technical manager with Rheinmetall Barzan Advanced Technologies for its critical infrastructure protection programs. He is one of the co-founder of Global Artifacts Technologies Incorporated, GATI, a technology solutions and service provider in the Philippines. Has been actively involved with ISEP Qatar since 2014 and the immediate past governor of ISEP Qatar 2020. Our resource speaker today for electronics engineering topic, Engineer Carmelito V. Bernades Jr., PECE.
Hello, good afternoon sa lahat dito sa Middle East. Good evening at dyan sa Pinas. Naririnig po ba ako?
Yes, engineer, loud and clear.
Okay. So, begin with, I will share my screen. Share the screen. Okay. Share na ba? Yun. So, building construction interface, it's not just a normal webinar, as we know. It's actually a collaboration of different professional organizations here in Qatar to emphasize and to deliver some information regarding how each professions interact with each other within the professional community. Of course, being one of the speakers assigned on behalf of ISEP Qatar also, I am tasked to deliver these sections for the last part of the facility, which is facility overview, hospital goals, electronics permit, kasi nga ito ay gagawin sa Bacoor, Cavite. And then, of course, building walkthrough and summary of systems and design consideration. So, let me proceed. Yun. So, facility overview. Ano nga ba yung facility na gagawin? And it's a hospital. It's a new construction in Bacoor, Cavite, as we have already been mentioned earlier by the previous presenters. It's a 10-story building with 2 basement, 1 ground floor, 1 mezzanine, 10 apartment. Of course, there's a rooftop for the helideck. And ito yung parang mga allocation ng each floors, no? May parking tayo, may emergency areas, commercial areas, of course the wards, the rooms, apartments in 9 to 10, and then the helipad. So before we'll go, ano ba usually ang usual goal ng ng hospital? So siguro ito, ang goal nito is kasi nga one of the aspiration is for a green platinum. So most probably it will be towards a smart healthcare ecosystem. So one of the goals is to provide a more convenient and efficient, effective health patient experience. Of course, lower medical cost and service quality. So yun yung parang pinaka-goal ng yan yung pinaka-goal ng natin, ng facility. So before we proceed, ano nga ba yung mga mga systems na to under ECE, at the same time interaction within different disciplines. I-preview muna natin yung ano nga ba yung kailangan when it comes to the application of the electronics permit sa Pilipinas. Kasi syempre hindi tayo pwedeng mag-implement ng kung ano-anong system lang unless there is already an approval by the office of the building official. So just an overview, yung sa Bacoor, Cavite din na electronics permit. So of course, meron tayong applicant, construction for enterprise, ownership, occupancy, and then yung locations, scope of work, is it a new installation, annual? So this one is a new installation, construction owned by an enterprise, usually a hospital owned by enterprise. And then next, sa box 2, dito actually naka-indicate yung mga scope ng electronics engineer, no? So when it comes to telecommunication system, broadcasting system, television, IT, security and alarm system, electronic fire alarm system, sound communication, centralized clock, sound system, electronic controls and conveyor, electronic computerized process, building automation and control, and building wiring utilizing copper, fiber optic cable, and other medial electronic system. And then of course, there is any other electronics and IT system equipment, apparatus, device, or component. So Sa tingin kaya natin na lahat ng ito ay kailangan sa hospital. So, yun yung isa sa mga isa sa mga questions before na paano ba i-deliver yung yung scope ng ECE sa presentation na to. Actually, I tried to get consultation also with our colleagues within ISO Qatar. Paano ba i-present yung either per system or so just to na lang push through. Siguro isa sa pinakamadali siguro kasi nga limited din yung time is na lang overview, at the same time more on points of contact. Ano ba madalas nakikita natin sa hospital? Kumbaga ganun. Tapos ano yung mga system na nandun. So of course meron tayong box 3, box 4, and syempre signed and sealed by professional electronics engineer when it comes to design, plans, and specification. Supervised also by the professional electronics engineer. Dapat valid yung PTR and TIN, of course. And then, dito mostly sa applicant and owner na. And dito sa baba is, ano ba yung mga kailangan na ibigay natin per system? Electronics plans and specifications, bill of materials, cost and estimates, and yung others, depende kung hahanapin sa OBOS-ALF. For example, mga calculations. So, yun, no? So, alam natin yung facility and alam natin yung requirements sa electronics permit. So, let's see anong kailangan natin through the walkthrough. So, first, we have the basement. So una-una, kailangan natin ng security system. Of course, the facility must be secured. So ano ba mga security kailangan sa parking system? Kailangan natin ng arm barrier for the vehicles. Of course, the access control system for biometric, proximity, touchless, para nga more on supporting with the prevention of epidemics. So, ano ba yung mga pwedeng gamitin na biometric sa mga highly secure areas? Pwede yung biometric which is eye or thumbprint. Pero syempre thumbprint, mas may contact ka sa surface, mas maganda wala. Ayun, mas maganda yung iris scan, which is your eye. And then of course, may mga passive infrared para automatic mag-open yung doors, usually sa mga basement areas going to the elevators. And of course, touchless request to exit buttons if you want to exit the building and it has an access control, kailangan natin lumabas, so pwede na yung touchless. At the same time, yung sa entrance sa parking, which is the arm barrier, which can be RFID controlled. So ano pa ba? Of course, additional with the security system is the closed circuit television, which is in this case it will be IP-based CCTV system, fixed and PTZ cameras, of course. Usually makikita nyo sa perimeter ng facility before going to the parking, and also inside parking areas and in the lobbies of the parking areas. Of course, kailangan ng thermal imaging kasi ito is mga main entrance points ng facility. Kailangan natin na ma-alarma yung mga security operators na may nilalagnat, pumasok sa basement area, which is hindi normal dapat. Normally dapat diretso doon sa mga emergency area or diretso doon sa mga health first responders. And then of course, the usual na makikita natin within facilities, you have these PDZ cameras inside and outside of the parking areas to augment the coverage requirements. And Next is the life safety. So fire detection system, smoke and fire detection, of course, meron ng smoke management control na banggit kanina nung ano natin na sa PSME, sa kanila yung yung more on mga fans, mga pumps. Sa amin naman more on integration doon at the same time sa mga detectors. So yun, usually nakikita natin yan sa parking area, yan mga detectors, naka pendant mount. Ito yung sa ME naman madalas na mga jet fans. And then of course sprinklers din sa ME, of course integrated sa natin fire detection. And then you have the manual call points. So meron kaming isang experience dito na parang may gumagawa, nabuksan ito, tapos yung isang sumunod, pinindot, akala yata disinfectant. Ayun, nag-alarm yung building. So na lang, watch out na lang din sa make sure na familiar yan sa yung mga tao sa mga manual call points. Hindi siya disinfectant. So, of course, meron tayong CO or gas detection system, part pa rin ng life safety, para kasi nga when it comes to mga basements, nag-accumulate yung mga gas dyan. Siyempre, yung mga sensors dyan at yung integration niya, dapat meron. And then, of course, public address for the annunciation of alarms. And then, radio dispatch system. Ang inano ko lang dito is more on like IP phone kasi may coverage naman halos lahat sa Wi-Fi. At the same time, unified na yung communication. So, of course, building ICT, which is the telecom distribution system, halos lahat naman dito is IP-based. So, kailangan natin ng Ethernet cable mostly. So, data networks, we have wired and wireless, in-building services, and then distributed antenna systems. So, yan. Usually, nakikita natin sa mga telecom rooms, yung mga telecom distribution system. Of course, nakikita natin itong mga antenna na to sa mga locations na yan, sa parking. Kaya minsan, malakas yung signal natin malakas yung signal natin. Wi-Fi and then, cellular coverage meron. So, next. Ano pa ba? ELV systems. So, ito isa sa pinaka, very wide yung breadth. So, meron tayong parking guidance system. Minsan pagpasok natin sa parking, nalalaman natin na ilan na yung ilan na yung vacancy, sa anong floor, sa ang banda. Of course, smart lighting, yung ibang locations nagdidim kasi walang walang occupancy. And then meron pa tayong IPTV, yung ibang term din ginagamit sila as digital signage, but parang more on na siya, generic term is IP television kasi nai-stream siya over IP. Of course, IP telephony, kailangan natin yan everywhere. May matatawagan, yung mga security personnel, yung mga first responders, and then intercom also, especially sa elevators during emergency. And then another one for the ground floor naman tayo ngayon, no? So sa ground floor, again, security systems, access control, kasi may mga tayo dyan, mga areas na kailangan i-monitor or i-secure. And then of course, yung integration niya with elevator na yung na-mention kanina na pwede na kahit sa phone, i-swipe lang yung phone, mag-authenticate na siya. At the same time, limited lang yung floor na access mo. Like for example, allowed ka lang dun sa commercial areas or common areas. So of course, meron ka pa rin biometric when it comes to biometric. Kasi nga sa ground floor, mga emergency areas, may mga restricted areas din doon. Of course, touchless, and of course, CCTV, advanced analytics, thermal again, and PTZ. Ito naman mostly indoor na sa ground floor. Mostly indoor. Iba na yung ano niya, installation. And then ELV, IPTV again, makikita natin sa hallways pag enter natin ng ground floor ng hospital. And then smart lighting also, during the day hindi masyadong iilaw kasi nga ano naman maganda naman yung araw. And of course IP telephony sa mga counters or mga nurse stations, and intercom also. And then ELV systems, building automation control, integration again, kasi kailangan ng comfort doon sa sa occupancy, and the integrated healthcare management system. So ito yung parang pinaka-core na operations ng hospital, no. So nandito lahat nakasakay, patient care na portals, shared images, ano ba yung mga result ng images, ma-access lang siya in one portal, clinical decision support, hihingi ng first, second opinion, third opinion. So yan, integrated na siya lahat, no, via the integrated healthcare management system. So yan, next is of course life safety, kailangan pa rin. So smoke and fire detection, integration with the sprinklers, manual call points, integration with lift, BMS, and access control. And again, public address, voice and alarms. So usual is with comes to indoor, mga ceiling mounted, pero pag mga long corridors, meron tayong directional speakers, usually mounted in the corners. And then of course the radio dispatch system for the emergency area operation, usual na it can either be Tetra or IP, but this time we're trying to choose the IP integrated communication system, which is IP based. So yun. And then the other one is the building ICT. Again, may kita natin yung mga indoor based na cellular devices. Akala natin Wi-Fi, pero actually ano pala siya, no? In-building services siya, cellular connectivity, para may may connectivity tayo sa ating mga phones at makapag-selfie at makapag-post ng status sa na nasa hospital tayo or Next is of course, this is the Wi-Fi. Siyempre, yung mga via the telecommunication system for both data, wired and wireless networks. And this is the usual cabinet rooms that you will see in the telecommunications room, telecom rooms. So I think this is it for the ground floor. We'll proceed with the mezzanine. Mezzanine, meron tayong, again, access control. This mezzanine is like a public area because it's a commercial area. In the previous slide, I showed that meron siyang mga convenience store, may pharmacy, may restaurant. So yun, proximity and touchless lang, pwede na, hindi na kailangan biometric. For some controlled areas, and of course again integrated elevator access control. So yan, mga ganyan ulit na devices, may kita natin yan madalas. Or CCTV, dito wala ng thermal kasi nakapasa na siya, nakapasok na siya sa main access point or main entrance, which is already filtered by the thermal camera. Ano lang dito, may mga advanced analytics tayo. Like for example, object left, may naiwan, mag-alarm, o kaya may nagpa-block ng door. So yun lang isa sa mga possible na ano dito, implementation. And then again, may ELV, IPTV, or the digital signage that you usually see on the restaurants, hallways, corridors, and of course, smart lighting during the day. Kasi may mga sources of lights naman from the windows. Then, ma-minimize natin yung consumption. Telephony kung kailangan sa mga counters, intercom. So intercom, two-way intercom para yun nga maano natin no, isolate, maganda yung isolation natin which really helps preventing the spread of epidemics. Then of course, building automation and control, integration, and siguro sa integrated healthcare management system is more on sa pharmacy lang. Kailangan yan dyan na location. So when it comes to sa pharmacy, bibigyan ng resita yung patient, diretso na sa pharmacy, makikita yung record, diretso na wala nang malalaman na kung may available na gamot or nasobrahan yung pagbigay ng quantity, kumbaga mas marami kumpara doon sa nireseta ang ni-request. Okay, then life safety also, again, parati siya meron, no? Basta may occupancy. So may isang special dito which is for the kitchen, which is called kitchen hood system, na pag may certain amount of heat and duration, automatic mag-suppress siya nung tawag nito, source ng heat. Naka-aim siya doon. Then we have again public address and voice alarm, but this time it can also be a source of background music kung nasa restaurant ka, may mga background music. And also again the radio dispatch system for the first responders and the security personnel. Yung PAVA natin, ganun ulit. So again, almost the same with ground floor. You will have provision for in-building services for the cellular systems and wireless also for the data networks. Kailangan natin yan. Then yun yung makikita natin madalas, ganun din ulit kanina. So, now we go to floors 2 to 8, where the wards, theater rooms, and laboratories are located. So how do we secure it? Ganon pa rin kanina dun sa kailangan din biometric sa mga highly secured areas, proximity, touchless and devices para dun sa areas na hindi kailangan i-secure ng matindi. Of course, the CCTV, ganun ulit dun sa mezzanine, may advanced analytics lang, fixed at fixed. Hindi na kailangan ng thermal, and pwedeng lagyan ng cameras with audio sa some locations, especially siguro dun sa mga nursery locations. Again, sa ELV systems, IPTV, smart lighting, IP telephony, intercom. Like for example, dito sa side na to, makikita natin ginagamit yung intercom dun sa operating theater or sa some contained rooms para to communicate with the team on the other side. So yun yung isa sa mga applications niya. So, and then sa integrated healthcare management system, ito yung tinatawag na yung PACS, yung archiving ng images ng mga results. And then, of course, sa mga biomedical equipments and devices, naka-integrate na rin siya sa for example, patient monitoring, real-time location services, nurse call system. So yun isa sa included na siya ng healthcare management system. And then again, when it comes to life safety, sprinkler integrated to the sprinkler, when there we have the fire detection, the manual call points, and the radio dispatch system natin for emergency use cases and first responders, and then the public address voice alarm system. So next is the building ICT. Of course, kailangan ulit natin ng 3G and Wi-Fi connectivity, especially doon sa mga ibang systems na kailangan ng Wi-Fi, lalo na yung radio dispatch kailangan ng Wi-Fi, yung iba yung requirements. So, ang isa lang dito sa requirements ng building ICT when it comes floors 2 to 8, aside from the data networks, telecom distribution, and distributed antenna, is meron tayong data center facility operation center. So ito isa sa pinaka critical part ng hospital, kasi nga dito nagre-reside yung integrated healthcare management system natin. Halos lahat ng head-end components ng mga systems, from data networks, in-building services, ELV systems, IPTV, building automation and control systems, lahat diyan naka-reside. So, yun yung isa sa mga pinaka-critical na locations na kailangan highly secured, and then should be highly available when it comes to power, cooling, and at the same time, energy efficient. And then of course, usual, pag meron kang data center, meron kang facility operation center, wherein minomonitor lahat. Hindi lang pati security, pati yung data center mo minomonitor. So minomonitor lahat. Yung facility operation center natin, pwedeng may SCADA dyan, pwedeng may dyan, iba-ibang system. Pwede niyang ma-view dyan. So from security to ELV to life safety to building management. So dyan yung parang pinaka central na parang monitoring ng building operations. So yun. Of course, when it comes to security, ito apartments na to. Kanina 2 to 8 is wards, rooms, operation theaters, laboratories. So ito naman yung sa apartments na. So as per sa agree doon na yung hospital will be having an apartment on floors 9 to 10. Then of course we have to provide the systems also required to operate and secure the area. So we have access control system, of course, proximity touchless, gaya na nakita natin kanina. Closed circuit television, fixed cameras lang, indoor. Hindi na kailangan ng PTZ kasi wala naman tayong parang mga common areas compared doon sa floors basement to 8, no? So 2 to 8 may mga nurse station tayo doon. Kailangan minsan ng doon ng PTZ o kaya doon sa nursery locations. Ganon din sa ground floor and mezzanine, may mga common areas doon, mga kailangan ng PTC dito, wala na. So, of course, kailangan natin advanced analytics kasi baka nga yung nangyari kanina, may mga nagbablock sa elevator, makikita niya, mag-alarm siya. No? May mga iniwan na gamit doon sa hallway, at least makita niya doon, alarm niya sagad. So, ganun ulit. At the same time, sa mga apartment, syempre, meron tayo IPTV or dito naman, hindi naman siya siguro parang hindi na siya digital signage, pero parang ano na siya, parang OSN or Netflix na may mga video on demand sa mga tenants. So, and then smart lighting, syempre to conserve energy. May mga light sources tayo na galing sa windows during the day. So, ma-minimize natin yung lighting doon sa area na yon. Of course, IP telephony, intercom, and then building automation and control. Syempre sa integration with the HVAC and even access control. So this one also is the same. Life safety, smoke and fire detection, sprinkler. So yun yung kailangan para sa apartments. And then public address, radio dispatch system, ganun ulit. Halos common siya, no? Kailangan talaga yun. Emergency cases and at the same time, annunciation. And then, ICT, again, 4G, 5G coverage for the cellular network, and access points for the Wi-Fi, telecom distribution. May nag-raise ng hand. Henry Ritanan. Baka may question? Okay. Sige. Bago tayo mag-push sa next section, i-accumulate natin mamaya yung question. Next, ito pinaka-last na sa building walkthrough, no? Before tayo mag-proceed sa so rooftop, of course, kailangan mo security system doon para makalabas ka. May access doon sa roof. Kailangan natin access control, proximity or touchless. And then, of course, CCTV, outdoor CCTV, kailangan para indoor and outdoor at the same time dun sa access area ng roof. And then smart lighting, IP telephony usually for the Tetra, which is IP based. So naka-integrate na rin siya sa IP telephony. So syempre smart lighting para during the day hindi masyadong ganoon ka yung requirement ng lighting kasi nga nakikita naman halos nung pilot, and then paggabi doon na siya tawag nito, activate ng full. Siyempre, life safety, ganun ulit, may smoke and fire detection, pero usually, pang outdoor na mga detectors. So, check niya kung may heat source doon. At the same time, yung suppression niya, hindi na sprinkler, foam na lang, which is ini-integrate lang ng fire detection system doon. So, next. Of course, the public address system. Ang radio dispatch is yung lang kanina, no? The same pa rin. IP phone natin kasi may coverage naman tayo doon sa sa connectivity. Ayan. Ito yung mga coverage na may outdoor na siya, mga antennas sa location ng rooftop. So, may question ba?
So far, wala pa namang question, engineer.
Okay.
There will be question.
May nag-raise hand kanina.
Opo, wala siya ngayon, wala na siya ngayon.
Okay.
Nag-log out.
Okay. So yun. So far halos yan yung sa roof deck. So again, the telecom distribution, of course, yun yung sa last nung helideck natin. So far, napuntahan natin yung walkthrough. Nakita na natin halos lahat yung mga mga systems na kailangan when it comes to the hospital. Okay. And then ang problema lang, halos lahat doon nakita natin yung para mga points of contact lang. So, yun yung isa sa itatackle natin ngayon. Ito yung next section natin is yung parang pinaka-summary of the system and ano ba yung mga applicable na design considerations niya, no? So, example, sa telecom distribution system, so may mga design considerations. I think sa Pinas, alam ko meron ito, Philippine Electronics Code Book 1, which is for the telecom building structure cabling. Okay, and then also you have some BICSI, EIA, TIA. So usual na mga ano yan, reference for the design. So ito yung parang pinaka overview niya. So meron tayong telecom room dito. Tapos mag-i-spread out siya dun sa mga outlets, mga wall outlets. Tsaka nako-connect na yun dun. Tsaka nako-connect dun yung mga endpoints like workstation, printer, server, wireless access points, or kahit anong system dyan basta kaya niyang i-connect over the data panels. Can either be voice or data. So yun yung isa sa mga madalas na considerations ng telecom distribution system. And then of course the FDAS, yung isa sa consideration is under BFP regulation, then NFPA, PEC Book 2. So ito yung pinaka-usual na overview ng FDAS. Nakikita natin madalas ito mga detectors, mga manual call points. But at the back end, actually meron siya mga panels, integration sa mga mga cylinders, gas or foam. So yun. Hindi pa nakikita dito yung integration sa building access control, building automation and control at the same time yung sa building access control din sa ACS. So next is ito yung kitchen hood system, yung typical layout ng kitchen hood system na sinabi ko kanina. So dun sa kitchen nung restaurant doon sa mezzanine. Almost the same din, BFP Bureau of Fire sa Philippines na regulations, NFPA, PEC Book 2. And then ito naman yung sa gas detection system, no? Meron silang mga detectors diyan, carbon monoxide, LPG, nitrogen. So pag nag-accumulate yan at a certain level, especially dito sa mga basement areas, kaya niya i-activate yung alarm or yung mag-send siya ng doon sa mga controls ng fans or blowers. Next is the public address system. Ang nakikita natin madalas is yung speaker lang, like nung tinignan natin kanina. Pero actually, ang buong system niya is a bit big, huge actually, kasi nga isa sa mga consideration mo dun is architecture, operational features, speaker characteristics. So when you say architecture, paano ba siya ina-implement, no? Is it over IP, which in this case, yes, it's over IP, it's over the network. And then ano pa yung mga sources na kaya Kaya ba niya mag-source na galing sa FM, AM stereo tuner? Ito meron. DVD player meron din. At the same time, sa fire alarm. So in case na may ma-detect siyang fire alarm, automatic naririnig natin dun sa mga mga vicinities na urgel irtiba. So attention please. Sinasabing ganun na there is a fire alarm o kaya there is an exercise of a fire drill, mga ganun. So yun. And of course, yung mga cable size, ratings, integration to other systems, nabanggit ko kanina. So yun yung isa sa mga considerations ng public address. So hindi lang siya speaker, actually marami siya. May mga amplifiers pa siya, lahat. And then of course, the access control system. Ito ang pinaka-simplified diagram niya. May mga doors tayo, may mga controllers, and then the access control software. So in case na may isang person na kailangan mag-access ng door tapos wala pala siyang credential doon kasi hindi siya authorized. Like for example, this one is a blood bank o kaya mga laboratories na hindi naman siya assigned doon. So automatic hindi siya bubukas, i-restrict niya yung access, at the same time mag-alarm siya. So isa sa mga considerations are locations to secure or monitor. At the same time, forms of authentication. Mga monitor nito usually is yung sa mga exit doors na naka-open for a long time or kaya mga doors na dapat walang access, finors. So monitor siya IO selection, ano ba mga IO selection, which is in turn also for the integration to other systems. So yun. Next is the CCTV system. Ito rin pinaka high level overview. Isa sa mga design consideration nito is yung video management software, ano mga capabilities niya. Of course, mga design consideration is yung coverage ng cameras, ano mga locations kailangan i-cover, recording retention, kung gaano katagal mo gustong i-record yung mga recorded videos, video analytics, and at the same time integration to other system. Kasi pwede mo siya integrate sa access control, like for example kanina na nakikita natin na may facial recognition, naka-integrate siya dito, so pwedeng bibigyan ng access or hindi. Like for example, na-capture niya sa isang area yun, yung tao na yun na nag-violate ng isang policy, like for example, restricted area, pumunta siya doon, nakita yung face niya, nag-match doon sa access control, ayun, pwede niyang ibigay doon sa access control para i-block yung yung isang personnel na yun. Then ito ang isa sa pinaka core din nung building, which is the ICT. Kasi nandito lahat yung networks, yung mga data center systems natin. Kumbaga yung tinignan natin kanina, data center, halos nakikita mo lahat, mga racks. Pero mga laman nun, halo-halo. So isa sa mga consideration is yung capabilities ng computing infrastructure natin, scalability, availability, cybersecurity. So mabilis lang bang mag-add later on? Availability-wise, pag bumagsak yung isang component sa computing network natin, okay lang ba siya? Redundant ba siya? And of course, the sizing, which in turn is will determine kung yung gustong mangyari in the future ng hospital. Cybersecurity when it comes to integrated healthcare management system, kasi nga may mga patient records, dapat hindi basta-basta na ma-access ng iba. Like for example, may isang patient doon, pumunta lang sa isang wall, sinaksak yung laptop niya or nakapagdala siya ng laptop, sinaksak doon, tapos na-access na yung patient record. So yun, isa sa mga pinaka-big issue. And then, meron tayong parking guidance management system. Ito, yung nakita natin kanina na ang bibigay na occupancy ng parking, at the same time, ang bibigay na status kung ano, saan ka pupunta, saan banda, ang may mas maraming bakante. So yun, at the same time, yung mga design considerations niya, again, depende pa rin sa vendor, software capabilities, sensor selection, kung gusto mo floor mounted or yung nasa taas na ultrasonic with camera pa. So depende, no? At the same time, pwede rin i-integrate sa access control and CCTV. So depende sa integration mo. So ito, meron siya lahat. I-assume na meron siya lahat. So integrated siya. So in case na na-register yung ano niya, yung license plate niya doon at may ano siya, no, na nagawa siyang incident doon, pwede siyang ma-block doon sa parking also. So yun. Then the IP telephony or the integrated communication system, isa din to sa critical part kasi every now and then kailangan tumawag sa hospital, every now and then kailangan mag-collaborate ng between departments. So it could be either via intercom, via tetra, via IP phone, via international calls. So yun, ito din ang isa sa pinaka-critical na part when it comes to collaboration. So isa sa pinaka na design considerations is yung sizing, software capabilities, kaya ba niya mag-integrate sa Tetra, P25 sa mga first responder networks, na emergency, at yung iba pa, no? So marami pa siya pwede actually. Ito naman yung sa smart lighting, ano ba yung consideration sa smart lighting? Usually ito LED, ASHRAE, IECC. So when it comes to consumption ng light, when it comes to sa mga sensors, kung for example kanina sa mga apartments or doon sa mga open areas na may access naman to lights, so pwede na siya i-dim, no? So pwede na yung automated sa smart lighting. And then the IPTV or the digital signage, kanina na nabanggit ko, yun nga, pwede siyang digital signage. At the same time, yung digital signage natin, para na rin siyang source of the clock information within the building. Kasi nga, pwede naman siya maglagay doon ng timestamp doon sa gilid. So marami siyang usage ito for information along the hallways, corridors, nurse stations. At the same time, dun sa apartment, pwede siyang gawing video on demand kasi may mga media server naman. So, ayun, integrated na halos lahat. Next. Ito yung isa sa pinaka-core din ng hindi lang pinaka-core. Ito yung pinaka-core talaga is yung integrated healthcare management system. Kasi nga, dito nagre-revolve lahat yung operations ng hospital. So, survey, analysis, dito lahat. So, of course, mga nurse call system, real-time locating services, ang mga patient, may mga tags sila, shared images, clinical decision support, and of course, yung mga biomedical devices, no, which is integrated na rin siya. So, para sa, tawag nito, diagnostics, mga testing ng mga patient, nandyan na. So, maganda na, rin, may IHMS. Ito naman ay sa IBS DAS natin, which is in-building services or distributed antenna. Ito yung nagbibigay ng cellular coverage natin sa building, no? Kaya nung nakita natin kanina, mostly antenna lang nakikita, pero at the back end, ganito pala. Mostly ganito. And at the same time, paano sa dinidistribute is ganyan. Antenna lang nakikita natin, pero may mga pa pala siya, remote units, at the same time, master unit, papunta na dun sa mga base stations. And ito, nakikita natin dito, ito yung parang pinaka-coverage niya. Ito yung isa sa mga pinaka-important na consideration, vital considerations when implementing IBS, na dapat may coverage map ka para malaman mo na sakto yung design mo, wala ka mga dead spots, or kaya kailangan may dead spot ka kasi yung location na yun may sensitive area doon, or kaya may mga equipment doon na bawal ng radiation to any radiation source, mga ganon. So yun. Next, of course, the building automation control, may management level, automation level, field devices. Field devices could be any other devices, like for example, heat chiller, actuators, fan coils. So at the same time, integration to other third party, which is fire alarm, access control, and then design considerations, ASHRAE, lead, of course, system capabilities. Kasi nga, di natin alam kung ano yung yung mga included niya. Like for example, yung nabanggit kanina, yung mga disinfection, depende ko anong included niya, no? So, it can be very flexible, but then again, yun, to achieve a certain level of tawag nito, certification, yun, kailangan talaga yun. Next. Ito naman sa AV. AV can be as small as this one or the one we saw earlier, which is a video wall dun sa operation center natin. Kasi AV is also an important one in the operations of the hospital. Like for example, dun sa operation center, para may common view of may common operating view yung yung mga tao. So makikita nila. And then at the same time, ito sa mga meeting rooms, when it comes to collaboration with other medical staffs. So yan, makikita yan doon sa usual sa mga hospital meeting rooms. And I think ito na yung pinaka last ko. So far yun lang. Thank you, and sana may na kayo, no, na capture kayo at medyo na enlighten namin kayo sa sa scope ng ECE. And I would like to make this opportunity to thank my colleagues, of course, sila Brad Adonis, EQT, Chairman EQT, sila Brad Kensley, sila Brad Mac, Brad Jofil, Glenn Narag, sila Jasper, when it comes to biomedical, and at the same time, sino pa ba? Si Sir Edward Dumlao sa fire alarm system. Actually, kasi yung mga presentation na to, kinolaborate namin para more on concise. So yun, thank you po at welcome to open to questions.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Carmelito Bernadez Jr. for discussing to us regarding electronics engineering. Well, actually, nung din-discuss mo with regard to the various electronic equipment, iniisip ko, what if ganyan lahat sa bahay, no? Sana all ka na lang, no? Well, anyways, I have a lot of questions actually para sa iyo, Engineer. May tanong dito from Dr. Mark. Sabi niya, wala na bang cable television sa mga waiting rooms or entertainment, or even IPTV or internet protocol television sa mga or entertainment lang?
Internet protocol, yung kanina, yung IPTV na sinabi ko, very flexible siya, no? Pwede siya, ang source niya is cable TV, tapos i-distribute niya over IP. Pwede din niya, source niya is media server para video on demand, i-distribute niya over IP. So parang ganon.
Okay. Sige. Okay. Thank you, Engineer. A question coming from Engineer Marian kanina. Sabi, tanong niya, kailangan po ba ng SIL2 or Safety Integrity Level at 2 integrated ang fire alarm control panel pag hospital? And why? Kailangan SIL2 integrated? Nag-gets niyo po ba? Sorry. Engineer, nag-gets niyo po bang tanong?
Oo, ano nakalagay dito? Di ko makita.
Ito, i-message ko na lang sa
Sige.
chat box. Okay.
Kailangan ano?
Ay, mali yan, mali pala yan. Ibang nang-copy ko.
Ang nakita ko dito is paano interfacing ng hospital equipment sa main system. Tama ba to? Itong question? Kasi ibang question dito, alam ko sa ano to eh, sa earlier question yata to.
Hindi naka-private message po kasi.
Okay.
Tawagan na lang po natin si yung nag-ask ng question mismo, si Engineer Marion. Sir?
Yes, sir.
Pwede na lang po kayo na lang po magsabi ng question ninyo.
Sir, yung tanong is yung regarding sa Fire Alarm Control System, FACP. Kailangan ba na SIL2 integrated yung FACP panel natin pag hospital? SIL2. SIL2, SIL2.
Hindi ako masyadong ano dun sa...
Safety integrity level.
Safety integrity level.
Hindi ako masyadong familiar sa SIL2. Pero
maybe
mostly ata bro sa sa mga oil and gas. Doon mahigpit. Pagka hospital baka hindi na kailangan.
Okay, next.
Baka ang other electronics engineers po natin, baka may idea po. You can of course answer that question of Engineer Marion. Last na lang po na question, no? I don't know, I think you have answered this one already regarding interfacing po ng hospital equipment sa main system. How do we do that po? Ano po ang interfacing ng hospital equipment sa main system?
Marami siyang interfacing eh. May mga kanya-kanya silang protocols at standards na ginagamit eh. So depende sa bawat equipment. May mga kanya-kanyang like for example yung sa PACS, yung sa imaging, paano na share yung information. Siyempre meron din silang interfacing doon. In-interface nila over IP. At the same time, yung mga equipment, yung mga nurse call system or ngayon halos na rin over IP based na rin yung real time location services, paano malolocate yung patient. So yun, halos lahat IP based na rin. Lahat kahit kahit wireless siya. So yun yung isa sa pinaka doon interface.
Sige po.
Yan, si
Thank you so
Engineer Michael T. Servin.
May tanong ako bro, yung wireless technology mayroon ba sa hospital? May mga wireless technology sa mga sensors yung tanong ko. Applying wireless technology. Meron ba siyang application sa hospital? Yun lang.
Oo, yung sir, sa pagkakaalam ko yun, yung nabanggit kanina, yung mga nurse call system, real-time location system. So, wireless na rin yung madalas na ginagamit nila para pag yung kliyente or yung patient pupunta sa sa washroom, hindi na kailangan tanggalin pa yung mga cables. So, nandun na sa tag niya, sa hand. Wireless na rin. Yung iba, RFID yung gamit.
Salamat sa sagot, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Kahit sana hopefully, no, in the future, wireless na rin pagbigay ng gamot. Well, anyways, wala na bang question? I think wala na. I think this is it. Well, thank you so much, Engineer Carmelito Bernades Jr. for gracing us with your lecture. And even ngayon, we understand, no, that even Wi-Fi is a basic need ng tao, hindi lang clothing, food, but even these new technologies now are being considered as basic need natin. So thank you, sir. And of course, at this point in time, let me have Miss Mary Rose Uy, the current Philippine Professional Organization Qatar Treasurer, as well as the PNAQ, Philippine Nurses Association Qatar 2019-2020 President, to award the certificate to Engineer Carmelito Bernades Jr., the IECP former Governor 2020.
Thank you, Press Pitch. Good afternoon, Doha, and good evening, Philippines. So let me read the certificate. The certificate read as follows: Philippine Professional Organization Qatar, PPO-Q, Doha, State of Qatar, awards the certificate of recognition to Engineer Carmelito V. Bernades Jr. in grateful recognition and commendation for his invaluable efforts and exemplary performance as a resource speaker during the Building Construction Interface, a multidisciplinary webinar series given this 7th of May, year 2021, signed by Engineer Adonis Q. Talabo, PPO-Q Chairman. Congratulations, Engineer Carmelito Bernades.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations po. Thank you, Ma'am Rose, and thank you as well, Engineer Carmelito Bernades. Salamat po. Okay, so that was our last speaker for today. I know that we have learned a great deal of information with regard to these various fields of engineering. However, meron pa tayong konting oras na lang to have our previous former PPO chairman to have their short messages. Maybe this could inspire us or could give us insight more on our activity. To start off, let us first welcome our PPO-Q chairman in 2009 under the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, Dr. Reynaldo Castillo.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good evening to in the Philippines, wherever you are in this planet. Since we started PPO-Q way back in 2009, never in my wildest dream that we can have this kind of project materialize. I think we have to thank COVID-19 for this. Dahil kung hindi COVID, siguro busy tayo lahat ngayon sa examination. The two-day informative webinar had demonstrated that collaboration of professionals to show their expertise in building construction and the required interfacing between each discipline is vital for successful project delivery. I'm so proud of our organization. Our unity is really amazing. I can imagine my good friend, Chairman Eric, smiling down on us from heaven while he is enjoying his cigarette. I salute our incumbent leaders headed by Chairman Adonis, isa kang alamat kaibigan. And of course, the support of his PPO-Q team and the leaders of all the 14 participating organizations. Isa itong magandang pangyayari ngayong pandemic. It's a bright ray of hope on the dark and gloomy days. Let us continue this success so that our expatriate professionals in Qatar can benefit with all the future agreed programs we have. The present pandemic we are facing had transformed our leaders to be more creative and resourceful in transforming this present crisis to opportunities that will change the future of our members. Just like any construction projects, proper interfacing and collaboration with all professionals involved in the project is the key to successful project delivery. So let us continue our professionalism and unity for us to make a difference to the lives of our fellow professionals here in Qatar. To all of us, let us all be safe and happy. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat.
Very well said, Dr. Rinaldo Castillo, the PPO chairman in 2009 under the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers. Thank you so much, Doctor. Next up, we will also be hearing some short message from United Architects of the Philippines, as well as he is the former PPO chairman in 2011. Let us all welcome Architect Isaias B. Abuzo Jr.
Good afternoon. I don't think Architect Jean was able to connect by today's event.
All right. Anyways, Mr. Architect Isaias B. Tabuzo Jr. is our PPO chairman in 2011 under the United Architects of the Philippines. All right. Let us proceed now to our next from IIEESQC, or from the Electrical Engineers represent Engineer Robert Mabulay, also the former PPO chairman in 2012. Engineer.
Parang nawala din.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Siguro may kino-construct pa si engineer. Anyways, let's move forward to our activity. Okay. So at this point in time, we also would like to welcome the PPO chairman as well in 2015 under the Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Qatar, Engineer Janard B. Aller. Engineer Janard.
Yes, good evening. Narinig mo pa ako, sir?
Yes, good evening po, Engineer.
So, good afternoon to our Qatar and Middle East attendees. And good evening to our Philippine attendees as well. So I would like to say thank you for inviting me here to give a 2-minute speech for the building construction interface. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Chairman Adonis Q. Talabo, our Secretary Jaime Fortaleza, and the Second Secretary Rhodes Reyes, Treasurer Ms. Mary Rose Oy, of course our keynote speaker, our PTC President, Engineer Fred Bonsada, National President, ISEP National President, Dr. Michelle Lawas, and to all PPO-Q presidents, disciplinary presidents. Hindi ko na babanggitin lahat. And special thanks to our former PPO-Q chairman, who was always there whenever needed in guiding PPO-Q organization to the right direction. So, kay Chairman Ray Castillo, who has helped us as well during my chairmanship as PPO-Q chairman in 2015. The past chairman Frederick Garcia as well. Chairman Isaias Jing Taboso. Of course, Chairman Robert Mabulay was always there when we needed them. Chairman Lindo Magseno, Chairman Frank Hamandre. First of all, gusto kong magpasalamat for inviting me in this multidisciplinary seminar entitled Building Construction Interface. I would like to commend all the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar members, headed by our very own Chairman Adonis Talabo, for coming up with this brilliant idea in demonstrating a perfect example on how a perfect project would be planned and implemented using a multidisciplinary team who could perfectly handle any project in the future. as a former chairman way back in 2015, and ISEP Qatar chapter was only 2 years serving our members back then. I know how hard it is handling a multidisciplinary Filipino organization kasi alam naman natin na napakagaling ng mga kapwa Pinoy professionals natin sa buong mundo. However, as a pure-blooded Filipino, nanaig talaga ang pusong Pinoy na palagi at handang maglingkod sa ating kapwa kababayan sa anumang lupalop sa mundo. For that note, I would like to personally congrats in advance our ISEP Qatar former governor, current PPO-Q chairman, and my business partner back in the Philippines, Chairman Adonis Talabo, for a job perfectly done. Thank you and keep safe everyone. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat din, Engineer Janard D. Aller, the 2015 PPO-Q chairman under the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Qatar. All right, and to finish it up, of course, the last but not the least, let us also welcome the former PPO-Q chairman 2020 and, of course, a nurse, Mr. Sirio B. Caras. Sir Serge. Good afternoon.
Hello? Sir Pitch, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear po, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sir Pitch. A pleasant day to everyone. To our Libro Attaché, Honorable Adam Musa, officers and staff of Polo OWA Qatar, our resource speakers, and of course, my fellow PPO-Q chairman, all the 14 organizations. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat at magandang gabi, Pilipinas. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate everyone for this a successful activity. Hearing and knowing feedbacks, I am so pleased that the PPO-Q once again was able to organize a very productive and informative project, of course, headed by our active PPO-Q 2021 chairman, Engineer Adonis, supported by the 14 organizations and the PPO-Q officers. And I'm proud that though we are still in the outburst of the second wave of this COVID-19 pandemic, there is no hindrances can defeat the purpose of the good projects. It might not be so prestigious at this moment, but I know this will be fruitful and will blossom and grow. The efforts of all the organizations and perseverance of the officers are well appreciated, especially that we work on with the welfare of our fellow kababayans. In this faith, we must be united as one, keep our faith stronger, and let us bear the essence of being one. Always remember that we are here to serve and support because they are here to listen and partake to us. As we always said, that we are just here. Nandito lang po kami sa tabi-tabi. Engineer Adonis, we are here with my fellow former PPO-Q chairman. We are here to strengthen the vision of the PPO-Q and to achieve its mission. Nevertheless, just always remember, happy is a man's heart if you share something good to others. Mabuhay po tayong lahat, and please keep safe and always follow the protocol of the COVID-19. Thank you and magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sirio B. Caras, the former PPO-Q chairman 2020, and of course, from the Philippine Nurses Association Qatar. So maraming salamat po sa ating mga former chairman, Dr. Rinaldo Castillo, Architect Isaias Vitabuzo Jr., Engineer Robert Mabulay, as well as Engineer Janard D. Aller and Mr. Sirio Caras. And to top this up, let us hear our closing remarks. Katulad po ng building construction, may beginning and end. So we come to the end part of the activity. Let us welcome Engineer Gerald P. Manigalod, the former chairman of PPO-Q 2016, as well as a civil engineer. Engineer Gerald.
Thank you very much, Sir Pitch. I believe this is now one of the saddest part of the seminar. Anyway, colleagues in PPO Qatar, as we have reached the end or culminated this multidisciplinary building construction infra seminar, thank you all for having joined the event. Your active participation really has made this seminar successful. There are indeed plenty to reflect upon out of the seminar. However, for the keynote speakers, Yusek Maria Catalina Cabral and Honorable Fred Monsada, the national organization presidents and representatives, thank you in taking out time out of your busy day to share your inspirational messages to all of us. Well appreciated po. Salamat po. For the topic speakers, ang gagaling po ninyo. Even me, at my age now, marami po akong natutunan. Thank you for sharing your expertise, and if the seminar, in a way, enhance our individual and collective contributions in order to deliver an effective and safe finished product or project, then and only then, this seminar truly can be adjudged a success. For the former PPO-Q chairman, who were there always supporting the organization, maraming salamat po sa inyong mga insights and inspiring messages. It's really very inspiring. For the seminar organizers headed by ISEP Qatar through Chairman Adonis Talabo, thank you for bringing us this informative and educational multidisciplinary seminar. Great job, sirs. Kudos to you. Fortunately, the seminar as well made us fully aware of what has been done, in progress, and will be done projects being shared by no less than the DPWH USEC Maria Catalina Cabral. The educational message from the Philippine Technological College Council President, Engineer Fred Monsada, and the informative and inspirational message from our very own, the Honorable Labor Attaché Adam Musa. Maraming salamat po, ma'am and sirs. And for the attending participants, in behalf of the organizing committee, salamat po for spending time in gracing the seminar. Although some PPO-Q member organizations, in a way, are in no relation with the topics being presented, however, and I would presume that this seminar somehow instills some ideas on how to build and raise a budget of your dream house or project like hospital, being an OFW. May we look forward then to attend more seminars from the collective effort of other PPO-Q members, like for instance, from the medical and health sector. Napakahalaga po nito ngayon because of the situation right now we are facing. From the educators as well, and the accountants who will share our ideas on how to manage our hard-earned penny, being an OFW. So we shall be expecting more seminars or collaborative events in future. Sabi nga po, ito ang pinakabalungkot. But in closing, indeed, this seminar demonstrated once again the unison act of PPO-Q members to deliver the organization's vision, and mission. Once again, maraming salamat po sa lahat, and may God bless PPO Qatar. Stay safe and healthy, everyone.
Thank you also, Engineer Gerald Managalod, for that closing remarks and for challenging us to continue amidst this pandemic. Okay, it's been a tiring day for all of us, but of course, before anything else, the form or the Google link that is for your certificates is now uploaded or being posted in our chat box. So please take note of that. So, sabi ko nga kanina, it's been a tiring, yet it's a wonderful and fulfilling day to all of us. Saan man kayong bahagi ng mundo, saan man tayong bahagi ng mundo, we'll learn a lot. And that is the most important part. And that is the goal of our activity. But before I end, let me quote first a saying from Mr. Henry Petrosky. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he is a professor, a civil engineer professor, as well as an author. He says, failure, like any other profession, is central to engineering. Every single calculation that an engineer makes is a failure calculation. However, successful engineering is all about understanding how things break or fail. It means to say that we in our lives commit mistakes, but in that mistakes, we learn. And as we search for understanding, we are one step closer to answering our questions. And I hope that we will be able to answer our life's question, even in these challenging times. Mabuhay po tayong lahat, and this has been your moderator, Peach Tales Loyo. And this is the Building Construction Interface Multidisciplinary Webinar Series, brought to you by the Philippine Professional Organization Qatar. Maraming salamat, and have a safe day, everyone. Thank you.
Picture na.
Thank you. Picture. Yung sinabi ni
Congratulations.
Chairman Gerald, nasa pipeline na yun lahat.
Nasa pipeline.